Good morning, everybody. Hope you all are doing this well on a Saturday morning. I'd like to thank all of you who have logged on. We're going to go ahead and get started. So, welcome and thank you all for being here. My name is Dr. Susan A. Dionwe. Thank you for joining us virtually from your respective locations. As I said, I'm Dr. Susan A. Dionwe. I'm a board-certified head and neck surgeon here in Houston, Texas. I'm also the president-elect of the Nigerian Physicians Advocacy Group, otherwise known as NPAG. And we welcome you all to our very first installment of the annual NPAG Impact Conference. This conference was duly named as NPAG was birthed from a body of healthcare, Nigerian healthcare professionals who are looking to make a deeper impact in Nigeria. NPAG is also the sister organization of the Association of Nigerian Physicians. The theme of this year's conference is Enhancing Healthcare Through Legislative Reform. We are very pleased with the lineup of guest speakers and contributors we have today, and we're appreciative of them speaking before us today. We ask that you, our attendees, be fully engaged with us and help us make this first conference a resounding success. And we're looking forward to a great day of information sharing and discussion. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the president of the Nigerian Physicians Advocacy Group, and that is Dr. Iyori James. She's a board-certified surgeon and the chief of surgery at Navant Health Mint Hill Hospital. She's also the head of the Nigerian Diaspora Political Affairs Committee. Dr. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susan Dionwe, for that very thoughtful welcome. Thank you everyone for showing up here on a Saturday morning. We know that there are other places that you could be. We know that conflict and interest, but we're really grateful that you have decided to spend the time with us today. So as you know, Dr. Dionwe mentioned the reason for NPAG, and we're really just beginning this process of uniting our resources, our strength to make an impact in Nigeria. You know, we strongly believe that the healthcare space cannot reach its full potential without credible leaders and without good governance. So this is the reason we're here. I would like to take this time to introduce partners that we work with both here in the States and in Nigeria. Shift Nigeria is an organization that is really looking to develop transformative leaders. And we've done a lot of our initial work in Nigeria with Shift. The Nigerian Diaspora Political Affairs Committee, which is a lot of NPAG members and NPAG member support, which is really geared to uniting our political might here in the US to influence things in Nigeria. The Nigerian Public Affairs Committee, Ready to Lead Africa, which is really geared towards encouraging young people to take charge of leadership opportunities and roles in Nigeria to transform the way things are right now, unleash Nigeria, and to build a nation. So once again, we thank you for the time that you're going to spend with us today. And I'll hand over to Dr. Cliff Eke, who is the treasurer of the Association of Nigerian Physicians in the Americas, AMPA, to give a goodwill message. Unfortunately, Professor Okunsere, not unfortunately, actually, excitingly, Professor Okunsere is moving his daughter to college today. So Dr. Eke, over to you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Iyori James, for inviting AMPA to this. As you mentioned, our president, Dr. Chris Okunsere, the national president of the Association of Nigerian Physicians in the Americas, AMPA, couldn't be here. He sends his regret. So on his behalf, as well as behalf of the ESCO of AMPA, I want to thank you and congratulate NPAG, Nigerian Physicians Advocacy Group, for this inaugural Impact Conference. Briefly about AMPA, we've been around for 26 years. with the motto of a healthier Nigeria in a healthier world. However, we realize that there's so far you can go because of our status, nonprofit status, and to make dents in healthcare, advocacy is a big part of it. Thus, people on this forum got together and formed NPAG, which I'm glad to also say I'm a founding member. I'm very proud of you, and we wish you good deliberations today. You brought timely topics today on this inaugural impact meeting and ways we can talk about healthcare specifically and hopefully good governance in Nigeria. Again, on behalf of our president, thank you and good deliberations. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Dr. Eke, for your welcome on behalf of AMPA. Okay, if you can give us one moment, and we will transition on to the next portion of our program.
The Nigerian Physicians Advocacy Group is a US-based nonpartisan organization. It was created by passionate Nigerian physicians who believe that the vision of a healthier Nigeria cannot be achieved without good governance. Our mandate is to encourage Nigerian citizens to engage in the political processes that affect their lives daily. As Nigerian citizens, we know about the problems. We must engage in a united front to create sustainable solutions. Our organization wants to create a mind shift within the Nigerian leadership and citizens through grassroots advocacy. We are lobbying to ensure passage of electoral reforms that will improve transparency in the election process. Join us, donate, learn more at npagroup.org.
you take me for your fool. I ain't colorblind to the red eyes on my jewels. Man, a star boy, Simemex, star boy moves.
I'ma keep it chill with you. You a fake friend, I can't deal with you. I can't even chill with you. All eyes, I can see through you. Now you moving like a snake. I can see it in your face. I can see the Judas ways. I don't want you in my space. Music make me feel like be Jordan. Now understand what they say, I ain't bother. Got the money all out, you saw down. Music make me feel like be Jordan. Now understand what they say, I ain't bother. Got the money all out, you saw down. Anybody listening? Only what happened my head and my feet. Congrats, I yak. Don't go and then count it out. I'm so what's the outcome? It's a map one. Roll a loud one, record my album. Will not trust anyone. But all that I have and I've been working. No go do like say I don't deserve them. Defend myself in a fear no one. Because if it me plenty gunny, give me plenty money. Hypocrite plenty gun with the pretend gunny. Got to prevent them from me. Them are identical to the devil gunny. I just sit down walk on me, but they make you look on me. I go be all I can be. All who I wanna walk by me.
We are going on a family vacation. Everybody is so excited for this. If you don't know about Verbo, it's basically whole private vacation homes for your entire family.
All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We know it's early, so we're waiting for some of our amazing speakers to log on, but we're gonna go ahead and continue with the first session. And so, perfect, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and continue with the first session. And so I am pleased to introduce the speakers for the first segment. And the first being Mr. Ufo Eric Atuanya Esquire. He is a political strategist for the Nigerian Diaspora Political Affairs Committee. He also has an impressive resume of working in US politics. So I believe he is on call with us this morning. Also in this segment is Professor Anthony Ejiofor. He is the executive chairman for the World Igbo Congress. And lastly, but not least, we will be hearing from Dr. Nelson Aluya. He is the president of the Nigerian American Public Affairs Committee. He's also a physician working in the United States. And the title of the first session, simply put, is how can the diaspora affect change in governance? So for this segment, I will start by asking this open question
Dr. Donway, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just going to promote them so that they can be seen. But
okay,
I don't think I'm seeing all of them. So I just wanted to make sure they're present.
I believe, let's see. I saw Mr. Atuanya, Ufo, you're ORA USA, is that correct? I believe that's him.
Okay, I have him, and then Professor Ejiofor, I wasn't.
He's still logging on. He's
okay.
He's
and then Dr. Aluya, I think I also.
Yes, I'm here. I can see you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
And then I just wanted to, is that all, Dr. Donway?
Yes, it should be those three, correct.
Okay, perfect. I'll look out for for Professor Ejiofor.
Yes. Okay, so for this segment, we're going to start out. I'm sorry, someone has their hand raised. Okay, for this segment, we're going to start off. I'll start off by asking this open-ended question of how we in the diaspora can affect good or change in governance in Nigeria to each of our panelists. You'll be given 5 minutes to answer the question. And then from there, we will proceed with further direct questioning and questions from the audience. So audience, for who are listening, it is imperative that if you would like to ask a question to the speakers, to please use the Q&A. We will be directly looking for questions from the Q&A. If a question is put in the chat, it may be missed in conversation. So please, if you would like to have your question asked during this segment, please put it in the Q&A. So I believe the person that pops up first on my screen is Dr. Nelson Aluya. Good morning. The question is thrown to you, and you have 5 minutes to give your opening response.
Sorry. Well, good morning, everybody. Trying to multitask here. There's no doubt that the role of the diaspora is huge when it comes to advancing the cause of the agenda of those in the country where they originally come from and the country upon which they live. Politically, socially, economically, and of course, with NPAG health-wise. Tipping back to where we come from, which is Nigeria, it's conclusively evident right now that there's no capacity, and even when there's capacity, there's hardly any will to do anything right now. And everything boils down to leadership, right from the top, and then followership from the bottom to the top. At this stage, everybody's complacent, and it's really difficult with what's going on. And if you look at the whole conundrum and the structure of what's going on, there's internal strife and external influences that determine how things work in that country. So for those of us who are in the diaspora, we have a huge role. We talk about the $23–25 billion remittance that goes to the country. But the irony is all of those trickle down. They're not put into a big, chunk of a flow that create impact. They're used to settle minute, issues, family issues. Very rarely, about 10 to 15% of them actually go into direct investment impact. And that's why the country is so dependent on foreign aid and foreign impact and seeking those money all the time. Now, for those who are in the diaspora, knowing Nigerians and who we are, what the things we do, we're huge. We're great resources to the country where we individually live, from Europe to Asia to the US. And of course, we're doing exceedingly well intellectually, financially as well, and in terms of human resources. But one of the issues that we need to do is pull those resources together. And often enough, when I say resources, we're talking about time, money, and intellect. Pulling those resources together so that we'll begin to create direct impact in the country. Nigerians all over the world excel, from medicine to science and tech to fine tech and everything else. And we see young, great minds who are coming out of the country and going outside. But then you begin to wonder, why is it that the country itself is not, doing well? Now, multiple reasons we can do, and with the name of NPAG, which is an advocacy group, and of course, first steps is one, identifying those who have like minds with you, like NPAG is doing, linking up with organizations of like minds who have the same bandwidth and bandwave to do the things that they're doing as well, and forming association and collaboration within those individual organizations. So doing that is the first step. But then in between doing that, identifying those who truly are committed to the measures of it, and ensuring that the things we really want to do, we will do and achieve. And that's inculcates settling down and drawing down to the pinpoint goals and objectives, and what the things you really want to achieve and what you really want to do. And of course, going out to seeking those resources to getting them done and achieving them. I always say charity begins at home. And for those of us in the diaspora, we first organize and associate and collaborate within the diaspora. And then, identifying again those organizations within the same boundary. For instance, NPAG is medically inclined. So what you do, you look for medical inclined organizations first and foremost, the nurses, the pharmacists, allied health members, and then find common grounds upon which you'll be able to do the things you want to do. That's one. And then two, going outside that sphere, identifying organizations with political prowess, political savvy, and who already have the track record of all the things that they've done. I mean, as president of the Nigerian American Public Affairs Committee, we've seen the things we've done here in the United States in ensuring that individuals of Nigerian descent get elected into office. We've seen those records from, Onye Wolowa to all the other people who've done the things that they've done. Yeah, hold on a minute. And then sorry, hold on. And then to identifying those other organizations as well, who within that sphere, the political sphere, where they can link up those political advocacy advantages and pulling them together to achieving the own aims and objectives that they want to get done. So those are some of the steps. And then as you do that, you begin to also identify individuals within the country where you are. For instance, the legislative bodies here in the United States, the Congressional Black Caucus, individuals who are also Nigerian-based affiliates who share the interests of Nigeria or Africa as a whole and understand the value that for us to move as a people, when I mean people as Blacks, Africa has to move forward and Nigeria would take that lead. So identify all those people. And then of course, that's home. Now, going back to the country of origin, again, you have to find areas where from the grassroots and all those as well from the legislative bodies, identifying youth organizations that show interest and the capacity and ability to do the things that you want to achieve, finding people on the ground who you do trust, who have the will and have the capacity and the trust to do the things that they've done. And not just that, but also have the track record of doing those things. Because we know, somebody always tell me, oh, you can't trust anybody in Nigeria. But I always tell them, look, in your family, do you trust everybody? If you can't trust everybody in your family, why the heck do you think you're going to trust everybody else in the whole society? No, you find those people who have the same bandwidth or band length with you, and those are the things you need to do. And of course, reaching out to individual organizations as well, NGOs, corporate bodies who share those ideas and see the need for development and growth. And of course, you have to find friends within the legislative body, reaching out to people who understand the value of what it is to grow and understand what the diaspora will bring in. I mean, there are people who are in the legislative body who were in the diaspora already before, identifying those individuals, because those ones is easy and they're malleable to understand that being in the diaspora before, you can achieve something. So that's one of the, and then finding friends within the legislative body in Nigeria. Because look, without that, you can't do nothing. Even if you have $1 billion and you take it to Nigeria, it will sink. But identifying friends within the legislative body who would help you sponsor bills within the body. Those are some of the early steps that can achieve that. And then you can push your might and your power and your money behind those individuals and ensuring that they get elected back into office. And if you find out those who are destructive, who cause problems, look, gather yourself and sponsor individuals against those kind of people. And that's what we'll talk about influence. You form pressure bodies and pressure groups and influence. So those are some of the steps that I think those in the diaspora can do, and we'll discuss more as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luya, for that excellent response. I see Mr. Eric Atuanya also on the webinar. Thank you. I ask you the same question as Dr. Luya just answered. Simply put, the title of this segment, which is, how can we in the diaspora affect change and good governance in Nigeria?
Thank you, Dr. Dioe. And let me commend NPAG for putting up such a substantive event. And it's important that somebody takes the lead in this. So the healthcare workers in general, let me commend Dr. Iyore James. One of the biggest problems, I mean, Dr. Dioe has already talked about who I am. I'm the strategic advisor to NPAG, and I'm an attorney by profession and somebody who has worked in the US administration, worked in the Clinton White House for 3 years, and I worked in Congress for 8 years as the counsel to the Ways and Means Committee, working with Congressman Charles Rangel, and have done various international assignments from OPEC and all of those other things. But I mean, I'm happy to chat about me at a later time, but the most important thing really the diaspora can do is understanding the processes and the procedures within where they operate. And that's why I really want to commend the healthcare professionals in taking leadership on this, because in order to be effective, you need to understand what processes and procedures you have to undertake. You healthcare professionals have been very instrumental in setting up NPAG, which I understand is focused on trying to influence and, if I can use the word, the much hated word, lobby the Nigerian policymakers on what you want them to do. Now, the group that I'm affiliated with, NPAG, which is also your healthcare professionals, the Nigerian Diaspora Political Affairs Committee, is focused on working with the US to better understand, US-Nigeria relations, and helping the US government in redefining US-Nigeria relationships. Now, it's important I'm not sure if everybody on the group understands, NPAG was formed because, like I said, you guys have NPAG and you have your umbrella group, AMPA. And it is so important because, Nigeria as a country, we have, a big image problem. But I tell people all the time, I said, listen, I've walked the halls of Congress, I've walked the halls of the White House. Nobody should come in and tell me about what image problem Nigeria has. Everybody has an image problem. If you want to talk about image, corruption and image problems, let's do an analysis on what's going on currently in Afghanistan and why the US government has been there for 20 years and has spent $1.something trillion to build capacity, and nobody can account for what has been done. Now, when you do a litmus on that and a post-mortem on that, you'll see there's been a lot of corruption going on. But everybody likes to talk corruption in Africa and then they zoom it down to Nigeria. But I think it's time that the Nigerians take charge. We are going to be the ones that are in charge of our destiny. And in order to influence what's going on in Nigeria, we have to take leadership and we have to show we are not second-class citizens. We're Americans and we're residents. Some of us carry blue passports. Some of us were born here. Some of us naturalized. Most of us have had children here. So there's no reason why Nigerians should be treated as second-class citizens anymore. You come through during each election cycle, the politicians come through and take your money. The only difference up until NPAG, and I believe NPAG may have started this. I did have more of a conversation with Dr. Luya because the power of collaboration is very important. The only difference up until NPAG did what they did last time was we said to the politicians, we're not going to be giving you our own individual money and then that money goes through some other person, and by the time it gets to the candidate, it loses its face. What NPAG did, and did very successfully in collaborating with other people, was during the presidential elections, they bundled up money. And they bundled up money with other groups, and we were successful in raising close to $180,000 for the presidential election. For the Georgia Senate election, successfully raised another $50,000. And now, but it's important, what I want to stress to the group, it's important to understand that NPAG is a non-partisan organization. So for as much as we're doing what we've done with the presidential election and some of the democratic elections as well, I would like to encourage the Republicans amongst the groups, because with every group, you have to have both sides represented. You can't sit on one side and be influencing one side and not influence the other side. So we need to make sure we have Democrats, we need to make sure we have Republicans, but the most important thing is you need to understand the processes of how you go about this. So understanding the distinctions on and your legalities and how you can influence the US government is your first step. Once you understand it and you do it properly, so nobody comes back to you to say, oh, you're doing this the wrong way, and then the Nigerians have come at it again, then you're successful on your first step. Now, once you achieve that first step, the second step is understanding the policymakers and the people at play. Like Dr. Aluyo said, you go to the people that are like-minded, you go to the people that support your cause. In the US Congress, for example, there's the US Congressional Nigeria Caucus. There's obviously the Congressional Black Caucus, but there are also like human rights caucuses and all other caucuses that affect things we care about in Nigeria. There are also standing committees that affect healthcare that you guys as healthcare professionals should be going to people on the Ways and Means Committee, for example, who have the subcommittee on health. You're the leading healthcare professionals in the country. When you go to Ways and Means, members on the subcommittee, they will take attention, they will pay attention because they know these are healthcare professionals coming to them. There are different committees like that that we need to better understand. And I applaud NPAG for doing this. And I know that NPAG would also be doing its own different series to make people understand how these issues work. But once you understand what is on ground in where you're operating, then you can decide to start taking your issues one by one. There's security issues in Nigeria. There's funding issues, there's governance issues, and then you actually make the US policymakers understand the reality, not the way they understand it, but the reality of what is actually going on. Because you as a person in the diaspora, the only way, well, not the only way, but one of the most effective ways you can effect change in Nigeria is by putting pressure on your policymakers, the American policymakers on here in country, to be able to effect pressure on the Nigerian government. Because this is where you're most effective. You're not on ground in Nigeria. Once you effect that pressure on the American policymakers, they would be able to effect the pressure on the Nigerian policymakers. And then you begin to get change. And then one last thing I would say before I stop for this particular question is, there is no reason why a Nigerian person should not be a member of Congress. One of the things, I mean, there are all sorts of different groups that have come in and they've become members of Congress. Nigeria is one of the biggest diaspora blocks in the US. So one of the things I would ask your group, and it's not just doctors and pharmacists and nurses, because we have to collaborate, like Dr. Aluyo said. You start looking for like-minded people in other professional groups, the Lawyers Association, the Accountants Association, the Finance Associations. We need to bulk up and we need to put our money together. Do not give your money individually to politicians, because make sure you have a link I know NPAG has a link for the African diaspora. Make sure your money is bulked up through that link, because once your money is bulked up through that link, the politicians know that this is the strength of the Nigerian diaspora. When you call on them, they pay attention. They will listen to you. But if you scatter your money everywhere, when you call on them, they don't listen to you. And like one of your members said, you know, we're not in it for the money, but without the money, you're not in it. People will only listen to you when they know you've bulked up your votes. You have a strong voting bloc and you have a strong financial bloc. So, but as the conversation goes on, we'll talk some more. But those are my comments about how you can become most effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ufo, for that answer. I see Professor Ejiofor, of the Executive Chairman of the World Igbo Congress, is with us. And the same question I posed to you that I've posed to our previous two speakers, and that is, how can the diaspora affect change in good governance in Nigeria? Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I specifically thank NPAG, the president, members of this panel, moderators, distinguished gentlemen who are seeking office in Anambra State, #1 office in Anambra State, and of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the World Igbo Congress, a Texas corporation that seeks to impact governance in Igbo land through engagement of diaspora Igbo. To discuss this, I listened to the last, by the way, let me apologize for the connectivity issues I had before I got in here. I'd like to look at the key terms here, but the term diaspora, what exactly do we mean by that? And again, the word governance. We will look at how diaspora affects global politics and development through direct and indirect means. We would like to look also at the Nigeria diaspora and their capacity to affect governance. And I'll give a few examples of what I've been engaged in. Most importantly, the volatile environment negates Nigeria diaspora capacity to affect governance, especially in Nigeria. And that brings in enabling policies, the constitution, security, and absentee voter participation. We understand, and I'm not going to go through the various types of diaspora. Once you live in a country other than yours, you are a diaspora person. And of course, it is not my intention to discuss or to classify the various categories of diaspora, but in looking at governance, let's say, for example, in a very simple, straightforward definition, governance comprises the processes of interaction through laws, norms, power, or language of an organized society or social system, which includes family, tribe, formal and informal organizations, or a territory. There are various kinds we can look at: public governance, private governance, global governance, nonprofit governance, project governance, corporate governance, and so many of them, including internet governance. There are so many of them if we begin to stretch that definition. I am convinced that as a direct consequence of the two definitions, you are beginning to see with me that if diaspora weighs into any of these direct or indirect means, it can influence governance in the case of Nigeria if the circumstances are right. So a lot of how do we affect politics and development, the direct and indirect ways? Diasporas have emerged as powerful actors with a complex impact on global politics and development processes. This includes not only the indirect provision of governance to their homelands in the form of remittances, but also through more direct involvement in the provision of public goods and services. Based on the above outlined definitions of governance as the production and implementation of collectively binding rules, goods, and services, and the diasporas as individual and collective agents that are mobilizing socially, politically, or economically towards homeland
in which they do not reside, diasporas are governance actors. In the coming sections, I will introduce some of the governance activities that diasporas engage in and can continue to engage in. Diaspora can engage in homeland governance by investing in public health, clean environment, social security, and infrastructure. There are a number of ways. A growing proportion of direct diaspora governance today can be organized through volunteering programs. Here, members of a diaspora can spend a few weeks or months in their country or of origin to contribute to development, and this has been happening, and I have been involved in a number of them. Based on this, many countries such as Israel and Armenia regard their diasporas as strategically vital political and developmental assets, while others such as India, the Philippines, Nigeria, and other migrant and sending countries have been recognizing the massive contributions from diaspora that the diaspora make through remittances. There are so many reasons why we say this, and I will not, I say that, I don't know how much time I have, by the way. Do I have the 15 minutes I was told?
Yes, you can continue. We're actually a little ahead of schedule, so you can continue speaking.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. There are many reasons why over the past few decades, such diasporas have become more prominent in the world stage. New communication technologies have improved abilities to mobilize, and multiculturalism policies in receiving countries have revitalized ethnic pride and assertiveness. Diaspora investment in this sector can have direct impact on governance. Diaspora investment in establishment of manufacturing concerns can enhance growth of economic resources and make significant changes in the world political and economic systems. In a range of policy areas today, including foreign affairs, economic development, and international migration, the place of diasporas has become increasingly domineering. Over the past 25 years, diasporas have increasingly become significant players in the international political arena. So let's look at some of the indirect local political capacity building by diasporans. It is no longer news that diasporas send remittances, that they engage in political advocacy, that they engage in conflict mediation and resolution in their respective homelands. While these are arguably the most prominent contributions that diasporas make to the governance of their homelands, they contribute indirectly to governance. This means that the intervention is intended to strengthen the capacity of the local actors to provide governance themselves. I heard Mr. Atwanya saying things about how you support local politicians. This is part of it. While financial remittances are the most often cited mode of diaspora mobilization, another way in which diasporas can indirectly contribute to the governance of their homeland is by engaging in political advocacy. Such advocacy may take the form of public demonstrations, lobbying members of Congress, like he also suggested a moment ago. Diasporas may further democratize governance in their homelands by pushing for institutional reforms and normative change, or by bolstering local civil society. For example, it has been described how Coptic organizations in the United States supported democracy promotion, democratic governance in Egypt by using the internet to foster greater transparency. It has also been reported that Africans are beginning to get engaged in governance in their homelands by contributing through political policy developments, policy changes, political discourse, and so on. Today, technology makes it far easier for groups to function as transnational communities for identity maintenance and political mobilization. In particular, cheap air travel and phone calls, the internet, and satellite television have made staying in touch affordable, especially for diaspora people. So we will deal with the global impact from two perspectives: diaspora politics and diaspora nation building. Diaspora politics, political interests and activities within diasporas are certainly nothing new. Historical studies of migrant communities and indicate the considerable degree of political engagement from afar, evident at least since 100 years ago. Different diaspora-based organizations, such as NPAG, may lobby host countries, just like Atonya said a moment ago. They may lobby home countries to shape policies in favor of a homeland, or to challenge a homeland government, influence homelands through their support or opposition of governments. This is an ongoing process as we speak, in light of the surge of Boko Haram, ISWAP, and Fulani terrorism in the Middle Belt and Southern Nigeria. Lobbying is ongoing at this point because the situation has to be addressed. Global networks of the diaspora associations can sometimes engage in mass protests and consciousness raising about homeland-related issues. The Kurds made use of this. Nigeria diaspora can deploy this governance strategy to bring sanity in the Nigerian polity. Role of homeland nation state in engaging diasporans. You know, sometimes it's not just because every country in the world, they have now realized, and including Nigeria, the importance of diasporans. So they make efforts, they actually reach out to them. They actually approach them. Homeland nation states themselves may reach out to engage the political interests of diaspora populations. Making provisions for dual citizenship and nationality is one way for which the countries have continued to engage diasporans, both in the places where they live and in their home countries. It is estimated that more than 500,000 children born in the United States each year who are American citizens automatically have at least one additional nationality. And those, I believe that all of us here, including myself, we are all dual American versus Nigerian citizens. In migrants, but the only problem in such a situation, especially when it comes to voting issues, is that that is absentee ballot and stuff like that that was mentioned earlier. The only problem is that local politicians see these invading in quotes diasporans as threats to themselves. For us, this is the stumbling block. This is the reason why perhaps we don't have absentee voter system for Nigeria. So we still need a whole lot of work in this direction to ensure that we get involved and the governance will be assured as a result. There are many examples I have here. I will skip them so that we do not spend a whole lot of time on this. The money diaspora population sent home is highly sought by many countries, developed or not. Hence, numerous governments now offer their nationals abroad special foreign currency accounts, like our own domiciliary account in Nigeria. So as far as nation building is concerned, history provides many examples of nation creation projects fashioned in exile. Garibaldi, Lenin, Gandhi, and Ho Chi Minh all spent time abroad and mustered support from diaspora, and were able to take control of their homelands. So another related field gaining notice concerns the potential diaspora that the potential diasporas have for reducing brain drain in developing countries. Innovative national and international programs for tapping a diaspora have been put in place so that home countries can access expatriate expertise, knowledge, and experience. World Igbo Congress recently started a project we call Project Macedonia, which allows professors and other professionals who are Igbo, who live in the United States and elsewhere, to say during the summer, go home to Nigeria and help institutions in the area. There's also a very sound one that is in place, a transfer of knowledge through expatriate nationals. It's called TOCTEN. This is a United Nations development program, which began way back in the 70s in Turkey. And it has now spread to over 50 countries. Indeed, I was involved as a member, as a biotechnologist and microbiologist. I was involved in this program in 1998 in support of the Biotechnology Institute in Abuja. So another mode of nation building, or at least maintenance, comes through disaster relief. Right now, Nigeria is combustible in the sense of a security situation we have there. And many people, I wouldn't even call it unintended consequences. Many of our citizens are suffering at this time. Diaspora can engage to provide services through provision of relief materials. The southern Nigeria and the middle.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to interrupt you for a moment. I think that you've provided a lot that we would probably like to unpack and discuss amongst the panelists. So I'd like to get into kind of talking about some of these responses that we've had, if you don't mind. One of the things that in the diaspora is real is the sentiment of disconnect between what the diaspora is able to be, the willingness of people or Nigeria or folks back home and accepting the input of the diaspora. Earlier this year, Deputy Speaker of the House, Idris Wase, ruled that Nigerians living in the diaspora couldn't contribute or couldn't submit petitions for issues affecting them back home. So with these kinds of sentiments from Nigerian-based politicians, with the volatility that you mentioned earlier, how do Nigerians in the diaspora overcome these sentiments and actually successfully engage in some of the things that you've mentioned? And this, Professor Ejiofor, you can start with this, but this question is also open to Dr. Oluya and Mr. Atuanya.
Thank you very much. You gave a very good example, and I can also add another example. Recently, the Nigerian doctors and people in health professions wanted to impact healthcare in Nigeria. And they came together from United States, from United Kingdom and everywhere, spent 3 years planning. And suddenly, at some point, everything was put on hold. And indeed, shut out, kaput, completely, up to today. The frustration among those doctors, they're not gonna come back. So that takes me straight to the problem I raised initially about creating the right environment. The volatility in our environment makes it difficult. Nigeria must begin from the scratch. If you go through all the constitutions from 1914 up till 1999, that document does not provide a good environment for us to do what? Be able to bring a diaspora influence to bear. Therefore, it behooves us to begin to work towards ensuring that proper constitution is put in place. If a good constitution is put in place, then we have the framework or the platform on which to put things, to make things happen. I talked about this. I talked about security. The situation is such that, in fact, if you ask me, at this point, it's hard for us to be able to influence governance in Nigeria because the place has been messed up. Messed up in the sense that there is no security anywhere, especially in the middle belt and in the southern part of Nigeria. And so we need to begin to address first the issue of possibility of sovereign national conference so that people will be able to determine how they want to govern themselves. That is absolutely very, very important. If we do that, that will bring sanity to the polity, and that will make it possible for people in the diaspora to begin to come home in effort to help to develop the place. So those are the responses I will have.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Atuanya, Dr. Aluya, please, if you can weigh in on the same question that was asked.
Well,
Yes.
my take on that is this. I always tell people this. You can, if you want to change power, you have to get close to power, period. You cannot change power from afar. And you can either do it physically, or you can do it using technology, or you can do it through surrogates. And like I alluded to earlier on, is finding individuals on the ground who've done the job, who have the like minds, who have the capacity and the trust with a timeline of credible work that they've done on the ground. And seeking those people and forming alliances and doing the things that we need to do. And at the same time, seeking individuals within the legislative body. You can find friends. And find friends and sponsor friends. For instance, the gentleman who you just talked about, the deputy speaker, who said what he said. Look, if tomorrow we send him a sign, we send him a strong point. And how do we make our point strong? We come together, organize from here, and reach out and sponsor somebody who's going to go against him in the election. And we find out he never comes back to the house. And that will send a strong signal to others who make such delirious statements against anybody, anywhere in the country. And that's how you send messages. So we begin to learn to send those strong messages to them. And by firstly getting involved in the politics and policies in the country. If they say, look, you can always find so many ways to do the things you need to do. And like I always say, collaborating, forming association and finding affiliates and friends within, those areas. And there are times you may even sit down to negotiate with your enemies. We often joke here and say, look, under special circumstances, even the devil meets God. And it's a fact. There are places in the Bible where devil and God sat and talked. Right? So I see no reason why we can't begin to do that. And those are strategies. And at this stage, unfortunately, we must begin to look at it this way. And we say, look, by all means necessary. Not necessarily causing chaos and killing people, but that necessary means beyond cohesion and elevation of status and stuff like that. And that's how we begin to do that. And of course, reaching out to international bodies as well, who have influences, and identifying where those monies are, and putting a hold to those monies, or strangulating the source of those monies. And that's how you begin to do this stuff. I mean, the deputy speaker, I'm sure he has his source of money. You understand? So, and that's some of the things we begin to do. And I'll leave you for there and let the other gentlemen do justice to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Atuanya, your response.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Dion. It's interesting. Dr. Aluya did say under certain circumstances, the devil meets God, but the devil has to meet God in order for all of us to be protected. You have to face it head on. And my simple answer to your question is, we have to shape the narrative. That's the bottom line. We have to shape the narrative. Rome was not built in a day. That's why I cannot underscore the importance of you healthcare professionals, the doctors, the pharmacists are taking the lead on doing. Because again, I go back to the instance of Nigeria has an image problem, but everywhere has an image problem. But if you healthcare professionals who are professionals of par excellence come out in the US and say, hey, we're tax-paying citizens, we're law-abiding citizens, we vote, we donate, so you must listen to us. Then we begin to shape the narrative, and both in Nigeria and in the US, you have to participate in politics. You have to participate in politics to ensure that people that look like you will be recognized and have access to positions and impact decision making. If they're not seated at the table, you don't have a chance to even get you don't have a chance to get a meal if you're not seated at the table. So regardless of what the issue is, if you bring whatever issues that are concerning you to people in the US Congress, people in the Nigerian Assembly, people in all spheres of government, you have to ensure that somebody that looks like you and thinks like you is on the other end of the table. You cannot talk to somebody about an issue if they don't have the capacity to comprehend what you're talking about. So if they don't have the capacity to comprehend what you're talking about, you can't blame them because they just don't get it. They just don't have it. So you have to ensure that you really don't have a choice but to participate in politics. And these things we're talking about are foundations, they're building blocks that are going to go. So what you're doing today by ensuring that you're listening to the candidates for governor for Anambra State is a huge step, because if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. You're coming and you're asking them, what are you going to do when you get in? But most importantly, are you also listening to what we want you to do? Because you're representing us. It's representative government. You're not going to go there for yourselves. So you don't have a right to complain after they've gotten involved if you don't get them before to say, this is what we need to be part of your manifesto. And after you do get elected, we're going to hold you accountable because you're representing us. And if you don't do a good job in the next 4 years, we throw you out. So bottom line is participating in politics to ensure that the people that look and think like you are the ones that actually get into government. Because when they look and think like you, then when you bring your issues before them, they will understand what you're talking about. And you guys would have a forum to be able to go back and forth and agree on what needs to be presented. So both on the US end, on the Nigerian end, it's important to do that, because on the US end, when you give them an actual reality of what the issues really are, they will impress it on the Nigerian collaborators. You know, during the NSAS initiative, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee was all over the news trying to pressure the Nigerian groups. Recently, something as simple, well, not as simple, but just something that missed, you know, a majority of the media, you know, talking about the Nigerian doctors striking. I immediately sent a message out saying, where are the American doctors in this? Well, the Nigerian doctors are striking, but guess what? They need to hear, there needs to be a response from AMPA, from NPAG, from NPAG, whoever it be. Because once that response goes out, then you know what we do as groups that are trying to influence policy making here is you immediately disseminate it to the media in the US. Policymakers don't focus on things unless it becomes media worthy. Because once it becomes media worthy, they want to be seen as doing something. But if you're just talking about something behind your closets, they don't care. It's not impacting them. Nobody is going to come out and say, oh, Congressman A and B did not do something right. But when you have these issues, you multiply the effect by making it media worthy, and then they will pay attention. So again, short answer to the question is, you shape the narrative, you participate in politics, you make the people that look and think like you positioned in the rooms of decision making, and then you will be able to actually effect change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atuanya, for your excellent response to that question. We've heard some really good talking points, and one of the talking points that has been mentioned a few times by Professor Jaffor and also by Dr. Luya is about the amount of remittances that the Nigerian diaspora is responsible for. So for the benefit of the audience, I'll read some statistics to really give people the enormity of the remittances. It is estimated in 2018 that the remittances from the Nigerian diaspora was 23.6 billion. 2019, that went up to 25 billion. In 2021, it's estimated that's 29 billion. And in 2023, that is estimated to be a $34 billion amount of remittances. In 2018, the amount of remittances from the Nigerian diaspora was essentially 83%, translated to 83% of the federal government budget. That is 11 times more than the federal direct investment flows in the same period. So these remittances are extremely powerful. Now the question is, this has been brought up in discussion by others before, do you think the diaspora needs to figure a way to leverage their remittances? Is it possible even to leverage those remittances in order to influence governmental change? And the floor is open to whoever would like to answer this question.
Well, I'll start off by saying that it definitely is possible. It definitely is possible to leverage, the federal government's to be able to, utilize the strength of those remittances. Because again, it goes back to one of the very first points Dr. Aluya made. We cannot act individually. We need to come together, the power of collaboration. All the different groups need to come together and understand that this is a community of the whole. If all the different groups had come together and we had one big block, one big speaking block, the deputy speaker would never have been able to say the things he said on the ground. Because if you had an understanding and an agreement on how all these remittances could be funneled through, and if you have a mechanism in which to create an immediate shutdown. I mean, we're talking about 2018, we're talking about it on an annual basis, but I'm sure there's statistics that show what happens on a weekly, on a monthly basis, and on all of this. This is all about peaceful demonstrations. It's all about peaceful demonstrations. During the Black Lives Matter, there were 1 or 2 days when all the Blacks, African Americans, anyone who was Black said on, X amounts of days, there was not going to be any shopping done by any Black person. Why can't the Nigerian diaspora do that? In a certain week, the Nigerian diaspora can shut down and say, listen, we are not sending X amounts of money to Nigeria. And the government is going to immediately feel the impact of that. And when you send that kind of strong message, there's no reason why you won't get the attention of the Minister of Finance, you won't get the attention of the central bank governor and the president himself. And when you get that kind of attention, you demand that they come before the diaspora group and listen to our demands before we proceed on beginning remittances. So that's how I think we can leverage that power. Thank you.
Yeah, I can put in a word or two on that. Obviously, we can leverage that, but it's a very difficult work because that remittance is highly individualized as it is now. Because it is highly individualized, I endorse what Atonya just said about coming together. We haven't done that yet. There are many monetary systems that are in place today that we can explore to ensure that our remittances go through one channel. There are many of them, the Bitcoin industry, that's cryptocurrency and so on industry. That can help us to begin to work together from outside here so that we can do what? Control how those remittances are made. If we're able to control those remittances, then the government will listen to us. I'll give you an example. I mentioned the domiciliary account. You remember at some point it was easy. You can have dollar amount, you can walk into the bank in Nigeria and get your dollar. At some point they dissolved I remember about 4 years ago, I went to the bank in Nigeria. I said, oh no, you can only take Naira out of it. Every effort in putting dollar there is now gone. So the government controls it. Now, if we can put ourselves together outside here in such a manner that remittances are controlled, then we can press a button and tell government, oh no, unless you do this, we cannot send any more money home. We can start from the diaspora, set up a committee or a group to begin to look into that. How do we make this or channel our remittances through a common source so we can have leverage with that?
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I'm going to go to the questions. We have a few. Oh, actually, Dr.
Sorry.
Luya, were you going to weigh in?
Yes, if I may weigh into that. I mean,
Please.
a lot of the time we say, you know, we need to come together. We need to come together. But how do we come together? That's one of the issues. And those are steps we must begin to take. It's easy to say, oh, let's come together and all that. We've always been saying this for generations, decades. But then how do we do it? It takes cogent, definite, intentional steps by people who take ownership of those steps. Like I always say, that each and every one of us should take leadership of our individual spaces and find innovative ways to settle in answers and questions that come out of our spaces. For instance, you're a doctor, NPAG is doing this. If you're a doctor, you take charge of your space and find solutions to answering questions that come out of it. One is it. I'll give you a typical example. NPAG, members of NPAG, it may not be everybody, because again, you cannot get everybody to think alike at the same time. Not everybody have the aha moment at the right time. Like they always say in the US, not everybody have the moment, coming to Jesus moment at the same time. But one of the things is this, if you have an individual who will sit down and make people understand the value and the role they want to take on, then that person can drive it, own it, and find people who would also understand the value of what they're doing. For instance, you know what? Let's build a hospital, a diaspora hospital in the United States, in Nigeria. Some people will bring politics and policies into it, blah, 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 it has to be built in Inewi, has to be in Okigwe and all that. But look, if you come together and have a concession and say, all right, fine, this is an agenda. Let's build this, let's say in Lagos or in Abuja. Why am I saying that? Because each and every one of you who are diasporans, when you fly into Nigeria, what are the two areas you fly into Nigeria? Is either Lagos or Abuja. And God forbid, if anybody gets sick and needs to be flown out of the country emergently, where are they going to fly you out from? Lagos or Abuja? But you need to be stabilized first. So what do? It's common sense and rational to say, you know what? Let's build an ultra-modern, up-to-state part of a place in Lagos and Abuja, so that God forbid either one of us who needs to be flown out will be taken care of and stabilized first there and taken out. Because if you're not stabilized, you're not going anywhere. So what do? Somebody in NPAG will champion that and own it and gather individuals together and say, look, we need to build this. So what do? Time, money, and intellect, resources. Pull all of this together. Individuals who would seek out the money will be there. Those who seek out the skills and knowledge will be there. Those who will be the intellect will be there. So, and then we begin to look for people on the ground, where we look for land, where we look for architects and build it. And eventually we have a structure. So what does that mean? All that channeling of money, we channel it into one particular source and bring out a structure that eventually would not just be for me and you, but also for the individuals back home. Now, I use medicine as one. You can do transportation. You can do anything else as well. So that we begin to form cooperations here in the United States. But somebody has to own it. A group of people, and then guess what? not just, look, we have individuals who are brilliant enough, who've created something. I'll give you a typical example. There's a Nigerian who I know who created an app that will help manage diabetes in Nigeria. Nothing like that has been ever done in the manner of which he's done it. Why? Because it gives you a calorie count of the amount of food that we eat in Nigeria. I don't know. I mean, here you see, you eat something, but they are banned for food that we eat. Do we know how much calorie count we have? No, we don't. But he's done it. So what do? We come together and encourage that young man and escalate and elevate what he's done. So that's one aspect. We have an individual who built African-based currency, blockchain, and not just a blockchain, but a digital currency together with it. Those are how we identify individuals who are champions amongst us, who find solutions, innovative ways to find solutions to issues that plague us, and begin to sponsor them and channel our money through that. Eventually, we'll all begin to derive functions from it and actually create wealth. That's how things we must begin to do. Thank you.
Dr. Dion, can I say one more thing, please?
Please.
You know, unlike the lawyer I am, I would first of all put my disclaimer on trademark and copyrights ownership of what I'm about to say. But I threw out, I mean, the NPAG, NPAG, the healthcare professionals have been so phenomenal in providing leadership in, you know, what we're doing so far. So we're talking about channeling resources. I threw out a challenge, and there are a couple of people I know we can work with. I threw out a challenge to you healthcare professionals as well. Again, we have to be the change we want to see. We're all funneling, and I say we because I'm working with your group. I'm not a doctor, I'm a lawyer, but I'm an advisor to the group. You know, we're all sending money to people back home. So why don't the healthcare professionals, whether it be AMPA, whether it be NPAG, as an umbrella, begin? We have young people. I know somebody for a fact who can work on an app and say, this is an app that we use to send back. It's a secure app. It's all done in the US and everything. Let's begin to channel all our resources, just like we did with the voting, where it was Nigerian diaspora sending their money through one block, and you were able to get the attention of the president. So let's begin to send whatever money we want to send through this app. It goes straight, we make relationships with the different banks. And the only thing is, when you want to send that money, you have to go through this app and you send the money. It's secure. It goes to wherever you want it to go to. There's no hanky-panky. But guess what? It begins to record and bulk that all this money is coming from the healthcare professionals. If as the healthcare professionals are successful in that, they include the lawyers, they include the real estate professionals, they include everybody. So when you go back to talk to, you know, you demand that the central bank governor come to your board meetings. We can have a virtual event like this for the central bank governor and talk to him about what we need to make it happen. We talk to the Minister of Finance. There's the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Social Development, and Disaster Relief. All these things you guys are concerned about, we talk about that. And eventually you may even be able to get the president to do a virtual conversation with the healthcare professionals. Why? Because your money is speaking for you. And then they begin to hear you. So that's a challenge I want to throw out to the healthcare professionals, to begin an app where all your remittances are channeled through. And once other people see it's successful, they will join you. And that's where we go back to what Professor Ejiofor talked about and what Dr. Aluya just talked about. And that is how we can begin to leverage. That's an immediate step beyond just the rhetoric on how we can begin to leverage our power with the remittances. Thank you.
Just a little comment on that, please.
Please.
All right. Yeah, when I said come together, we start coming together, that's exactly what Atonya is saying now. Because when I said it, I did say set up a committee, set up a group that will do that so that we can bring together all our, I didn't just say that and leave it alone. And why that is important, let me also say, because I know the forum I'm in now, World Igbo Congress at some point did start what we call the Regional Medical Center of Excellence in Imo State. That project it's a 6-institute medical center of excellence that has pulled the resources, ingenuity of our Nigerian doctors here in the United States to bring that together. And we have been working on that. Earlier, something was said about making friends, and making friends among Nigerian politicians is not a very easy thing. They are friends when they're over here, but when you go over there, it's a different situation altogether. Therefore, and I know what with the hoops we went through trying to get that project on stream. We even had to establish a holding company to handle the project at home. So we have the experience of those things. So the environment really, really matters. We must begin to retune ourselves to acting the way other people in other countries function, so that things can happen. When we bring projects like that to our homeland, then you should be able to find an environment in which that project can be implanted and can be sustained. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 8 minutes remaining in this segment. I wanted to go to questions from the audience. First, I'll start with a question from Dr. Marawa. Please allow me to read this. I hope I do it justice. But he says, what does success look like? Is it a better Nigeria, better life for our people? What is success in America? How will that happen? See America in the Middle East, Palestinian policy, Afghanistan, African policy. Look at how China has developed. UAE and other Asian countries have used a different approach and model to lift their population out of poverty and develop their countries. What do we really want? Economic development or democratic process? Which should we emphasize if we can't get both? And the floor is open to a response to Dr. Marawa's question statement.
What does success look like? Economic development among our people, political influence from our people, because we have our own unique issues in the US where we live, for example. We have our own issues. As I speak with you, we have developed channels for talking to congressmen, both in both houses. And we do that on a regular basis when issues concerning us come up in our community. Therefore, when they are making policy on how to govern United States, whether it's in Nashville, where I live, or elsewhere in the United States, they will take into account. I just heard also the group that came together raised over 180,000 during the presidential election. That means also that when they are controlling, making policies on things that affect us, our people will be considered. So, ability to influence legislation, ability to make our people live in peace and harmony as good citizens where they live is one item of success. And then political development, not political, economic development among our people, economic wellness among our people is another factor, so that we can be competitive where we live. So these are the two things I think I could put in at this point.
And one of the things Dr. Marawa did ask is, if we can't get both, which should we emphasize? If we can't get both economic development and democratic process and political improvement, between the two, which should we emphasize?
I wouldn't like to choose, but if you force me, I would say economic well-being for our people. There are so many people who come out here, not the doctors, not the lawyers, not the professors and so on, but our common people who are here, who go through a whole lot of hardship staying here. So economic development for our people will be the one I will tilt towards, while I still feel that influencing legislation is an important part. If you ask me, all are important, but if I must pick one, I would take economic development.
Dr. Dion, I'll go next. I will say, success is relative. Success is relative, because I mean, people would only define success according to their own individual stands. Someone who's hungry, like I've been reading some of the chats that have been online, and people are talking about what's this conversation about remittances. The remittances are sent because they're for survival. People are not paying pensions. People are not doing this. They're for survival. They're for healthcare. But what people need to understand is we're not talking about interfering with what the remittances are used for. We're talking about creating a mode of transmission of the remittances will still go to your relatives or whoever it is to still use it for what they're using it for. But what we are trying to say is that the people that are getting those remittances have to be accountable. So if it's going through the government gets all this money, goes through the banks, those people have the wherewithal to be able to effect change. So those are the people we're holding accountable. We're not holding the individuals that get the money. We're holding the systems in which they use. So coming to your answer, if you had to choose one, I would say democratic process. I would argue that democratic process rules all. Because once you have democratic process, you have a rule of law. Economic standards comes with it. Good governance comes with it. Everything else comes with it. You have a better standard and a better way of living for your individuals and your citizens. I mean, I would argue that economic standards and there are a lot of Nigerians. I mean, Nigeria is one of those countries that has enjoyed good economic standards from back way in the time with the oil boom and everything. What did we do with it? We misused it, we misappropriated it. So getting good economy is not the issue. The issue is finding a way to maintain whatever good things come. So when you have democratic process, democratic success, democratic processes that are in place, everything else flows. You would find a way of dealing with food insecurity. You would find a way of dealing with good governance. You would make sure that the finances are trickled down to the people and places they're supposed to be. So I go with democratic process and success. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes remaining. I do want to get to the last question, and maybe Dr. Lu, you can answer this last question. This is a doozy.
Okay.
There's no doubt that corruption exists in every country in the world. This is from Dr. Onyegbu. That is no question. It's a matter of degree. In Nigeria, an executive president, state governor, federal minister, state commissioner can literally collect all the money from the budget and take it home or pass it in huge money onto Swiss bank. The problem in the past decade or more or less is the degree of corruption. As a result, there is decadence and near total collapse of state. If this is not addressed, we are simply joking. So the question is how can the diaspora address this substantively? This is a doozy for you to end with the last 2 minutes we have, Dr. Luya.
Well, I'll tell you this. We don't live in a world of black and white. Straight up, everything's a shade of gray. And that question is a segue to the previous question earlier on, where it's either one or two. And that's what the term we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't think it's mutually exclusive, but political and economic influences will come together. And then the question is this, and we can run with both at the same time. And I'll say this, when it comes to, the politics in Nigeria and leadership who, would go on to usurp every resources that there are in their pocket. Why is that happening? We need to understand that. One, on the political space, because we as a people, we've inherited a type of government that requires leadership. When we were entrusted and brewed in the process of rulership. So the democratic process that we inherited was alien to us because we were not truly, properly trained in the democratic process. Because when the the colonial masters or the imperialists were in Africa and in Nigeria, what did they do? They didn't lead, they ruled. So when they ruled and they created a structure of rulership and they left, they brought in a democracy for us. Of course, we don't know how those things work. Of course, that's the aftermath of what we're seeing right now. So when our leaders, or supposedly, I don't call them leaders anymore, I call them rulers because they don't warrant the term leadership. When they come to rule, they have no idea how to lead. And that's the reason why they do the things that they do. Now, coming to the political, to the economic aspect of it, why do you think they go on to do what they do? They steal all that money. Because you know why? There are no, what they call it, parachutes for anybody. There's no parachute system in Nigeria. None. I mean, if you're in a political office, they've voted you. And because again, why is that happening? Because in our minds, we're very tribal. And when in the scarcity of resources, people go even more tribal. So we become so tribal when the resources became so scarce. Back in the days, in the 70s, the 60s, when we had money, Nigerians were not like this. We lived on another plate and enjoyed the relationship that we had. And that's why you have all those intertribal marriages. But as our resources begin to dwindle, of course, people became more tribal. And that's why a Yoruba man will feel, or a Jaiba man will feel, we voted into office, you go there, you go get for us. And when you get into office, what are they going to ask? The first thing, oh, is there to represent us? And you have people who come up, oh, welcome, you're there. You know what? Oh, yeah, give me contract. Contract he knows he's not going to execute. And he's not willing. He doesn't even have the capacity to execute it. And the politician who wants to stay in power, by all means, what do you think he'll do? He'll give you a contract you know you're not going to execute, and you know you have no capacity to execute it. What would he do? So that money will channel back to him so that he can stay in office. And I asked somebody yesterday, how many of our politicians who've been in office, who left office, have written books? Or even written books before they came into office? Obama left office, he wrote books. He made millions of dollars out of it. He can sustain on those. Do we have that? And I asked yesterday again, the president we have in Nigeria today, when he became military president and left, what has he done since then? Did he write a book? Did he go back to school to educate himself? None of those. So when we begin to see the outcome of what's happening, of course, decadence is going to follow because they have no capacity and neither do they have the trust to lead. They can rule because that's what rulers do. So we're feeling the brunt of the rulership that we see. So, and I'll tell you this, our people again, I'll tell you one more thing. We individuals, our own problems. Because I'll give a typical example. I was engaged in the political process of my local leadership. And I ask everybody here right now, do you know who your local government chairman is in your state? If you don't, then get engaged. I'll give you an example. I did that. We have two local government area in Isoko local. And I helped them because I understood their mindset and I helped, push for their agenda. I got them elected. So, and I pushed for programs, for health programs, political literacy programs in the local government. So when I went to visit home, they welcomed me as one of their sons. And by the time I was done one of the programs, we got to his house. Guess what? There were people sitting outside. And he said, look at these people. They're waiting for me to give them money. Because at the end, when they're done, they expect me to give them money. And if he doesn't, then he's a bad man. And that's what they'll do. So we as an individual, as citizens also, we have our issues. And those are those issues where NPAG will begin to sponsor programs and in line with other sponsor programs that increase, reorientation of our mental status when it comes to policies and policies and engage our people to be involved in the political process. Here in the United States, how many of us in the US who are Nigerians are involved in the political process? If we're not, how many people back home are involved in the political process? And we see those statistics. So these are the things that we can begin to get involved in so I'll begin to create impact and begin to create the change that will lead us to where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oluya. I want to thank all of the speakers, Professor Ejiofor, Mr. Atuanya, and you, Dr. Oluya. for an incredible session and for a lot of discussion, and thank our audience for questions. And I want to emphasize what many of you discussed today, and it's the diaspora really having to get on code and collect ourselves, and it starts with us. So we'll be transitioning into the next portion of our session. We have, speaking of how the diaspora can collect ourselves to affect change in Nigeria, one of the initiatives NPAG is launching, or has launched last year, I'm sorry, with Shift Nigeria, is the Clean Water Initiative. And what NPAG is doing in our multi-pronged approach of trying to affect good governance in Nigeria is taking something called stomach infrastructure and using it for our benefit to unlock the community. And from there, through projects that improve the community, we partner with the community and start to indoctrinate the community on good governance, community advocacy, voting, things like that. So we have online with us Sarah Solomon Ise. She is from Shift Nigeria, and she will just be talking a little bit of clean water. And we have a video from the Clean Water Initiative. So if we're perfect, we're transitioned there. This is an initiative that is ongoing, and we're piloted here in Benue State, but it will continue, and donations towards this initiative are possible through our website. Sarah?
They're no longer inside. They're no longer inside. So I decided to trip from 1 hour, 2 hours to get water. Well, that had me seriously because we have been affected by malaria and typhoid due to the intake of bad water.
No water. Even before yesterday, my children come on water in Ocean. Yesterday night, that he come around 2. He come around 2 like this. He come back around 6. No any water.
No any water. So now that yesterday, now you not get water at all.
Unless you go buy pure water, use them.
You go use pure water bath.
Bag.
That people are here. In fact, I didn't even know this was existing in Nigeria, honestly. That this is the only option for a community, or you have to build your own well or water system yourself. Right. Very sad. And not just that, but they walk for miles to now get their dirty water. Oh my gosh, like on the bike. We came here with the bike. I was complaining that it's so far. Now imagine people are coming that distance with their legs.
And kids as well.
He managed to get water and water is not good, and the baby drink it and spoil it.
Oh, her baby is spoiled. That's why her baby is crying. Sorry. Sorry about that. But has she gone to the healthcare center?
What's the IoT?
Why?
Can you go lack of funds?
Lack of funds.
Yes. Carry the baby to the hospital.
There is water scarcity, severe water scarcity, especially at this very moment. There are no streams around. People depend on well water. Most of them have already dried up, and there is no major river passing through the community. And there are no boreholes around. So getting drinking water and water to use for domestic purpose generally is a major challenge to the members of this community.
Ms. Solomon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Good day, everyone. My name is Sarah Solomon, and I'm the Policy Director at Shift Nigeria. Before I talk about the video you just watched, I would love to tell you a little bit more about our organization. I think this background will help everyone on this conference understand why this project is important to us. So Shift Nigeria is a non-partisan organization that builds support for transformative leaders in communities. At Shift, we have a vision to connect communities in Nigeria with transformative leaders. And that vision, like many other visions around the world or in any institution, is actually huge. But we've been able to create a framework, develop a framework to make this vision a possibility in Nigeria. I mean, we all know that one of the major problems we have in this country is that we don't have leaders that are willing to effect the
We lost Sarah for a moment, but she's reconnecting.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much. So I said one of the problems we realized in Nigeria is that we do not have leaders willing to effect the transformation required in communities. And so our vision is to ensure that leaders, if transformative leaders and communities are connected. And like I mentioned, it's huge. Now, the framework we've developed to make this possible is what we call the Engage, Build, Win. The Engage, Build, Win. When the first phase, which is the Engage, is where we engage with communities that are implementing developmental projects like the Clean Water Initiative that you just watched. And it's important because we have realized that when going into any community, we don't want to go there empty-handed. If we want to engage with communities effectively, we know that we can't just go there and talk to them empty-handed because they are going through a lot in the country. The health situation in earlier day, for instance, with the video you watched, there is a huge water crisis, and like in many other communities in Nigeria. So going there empty-handed without creating a solution to help them would not be effective. So that's what we do in the first stage. We engage with communities by implementing developmental projects. For instance, the Clean Water Initiative. And at this point, I want to say thank you to NPAG for helping us implement the first phase of that project. It has been very transformational. The result, the impact we have seen in that community has been mind-blowing. The second phase, which is also the build phase, is where we now build in communities by implementing sensitization workshops. At this point, we implement workshops like telling them how to vote, their civic duties, their civic rights, and also trying to mitigate the whole stomach infrastructure problem we have in the country, where we see that when it's time for election, you see people sell their vote for little or nothing. So at this point, we have the attention of the community, and we're able to implement different kind of workshops. In Benue, we've been able to implement health workshops, thanks again to NPAG, because we realized that there's a problem there's malaria and typhoid, and members of the community, they're not being able to use water or appreciate clean water properly. So we're able to implement a health workshop to sensitize members of the community in that regard. But we've also gone ahead to implement voters workshops, teaching people why to vote, how to vote, even helping and assisting them pre-register to vote at the moment. Like, in Nigeria, this is the pre-registration phase, and we've been able to help a lot of people, over 600 people in a few weeks, register to vote. Now, after that, the next stage is the win phase. At this point, we win by empowering leaders to take on elective offices in the community. During the engage and build phases, we have a structure that would help identify transformative leaders and that we will support to ensure that they get positions of power to help effect the transformation in the country, needed in the country. Now, with this framework I just listed, we know that we can achieve the vision of putting in transformative leaders in communities. Now, this, back to the video you watched, this clean water initiative is very, very important to us at Shift Nigeria. Important because, one, it will help stop the spread of malaria and typhoid. I know that on the call we have a lot of doctors, and we know how important clean water is. Access to clean water is in any community or any nation. Now, this clean water initiative that we have started together with NPAG would help stop the spread of malaria and typhoid in that community. But more importantly, it's also the first step to help us connect transformative leaders to this community and to every other community that we ever step into. Yeah, the change that we're all looking for in Nigeria, it's, if we say this as Shift Nigeria, that with the change we're all looking for in Nigeria starts with you, and giving to this clean water initiative is a step to effect that change in Nigeria. Together, we can shift Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for really explaining that very well to our audience. It is 10:47, so we'll transition to our next session. And I believe, yes, I see Dr. Lolade Akintoye. She is on the line. Dr. Lolade Akintoye is a very accomplished and quite beautiful board-certified pediatrician as well as pediatric cardiologist. And I know she is well known in several spaces. Dr. Akintoye, please take it away.
Thank you so much. I am so happy for the conference today, and we've had such a fantastic first session, and you guys are in for another session. Just like you guys, I cannot wait till we have our follow-up to put in the actionable strategies that we've talked about and how we can come together intentionally and make impactful change. Again, my name is Dr. Lolade Akintoye. I'm a pediatric cardiologist in the Orlando area. I'm an NPAG committee member, and I will be moderating the second session. So this session is titled Enhancing Voter Participation in Electoral Reform. And we have two amazing guests with us today. One is actually our president, Dr. Iyore James. And the second person is God bless Utubure, who's the president of the Global President. So without further ado, I will be presenting Dr. Iyore James. She is a general surgeon. She chairs the Department of Surgery at Northern Health Mint Hill Medical Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. She currently serves as a president of the Nigerian Physician Advocacy Group and chairs the board of the Nigerian Diaspora Political Affairs Committee. Without further ado, we'll have you, Dr. James, Enhancing Voter Participation in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akintoye. I'm going to apologize in advance because my internet has been going in and out. So hopefully this will be short and straight to the point. So thank you all the speakers who have enlightened us on ways that we can come together as diaspora to not only help our communities here, but also to advance Nigeria. In the current democracy, obviously, the one of the first ways to consolidate democracy is to ensure that the citizens can vote and that their vote counts. So it is in this light that I'm talking about this voter participation in Nigeria today. So the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC for short, is tasked with voter education, registration, and conduction of elections as set in the Nigerian Constitution. The commission is headed by a chairman that is typically appointed by the President of the Federation. So since the beginning of the Fourth Republic in 1999, voter registration has steadily increased. Can everybody see my pointer?
Yes, we see it, Dr.
Okay, great. All right. So voter registration has definitely increased, and the number of people that are eligible to vote has increased. But as you can see, the number of polling units where voting actually happens has stayed steady. And the number of those who are participating, the green dot, has steadily decreased. This is a map of the country where registered voters are. So as expected, the number one state is Lagos, followed by Kano and Kaduna. The polling units are more in this more populous states. The number of voters per polling unit in this state is about 700. If you do the math, even that is not enough to accommodate everyone that is eligible to vote in the country. So it is no wonder that, we see decline in voter registration. The stagnant number of polling units despite population rise, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate space for the INEC officials to work and for people to actually come to cast their votes, conflict zones, as we are now accustomed to in northeastern Nigeria, trickling down to the south. Overall distrust in the electoral process, security fears, definitely has led to this voter fatigue and apathy that we see throughout the country. For example, last presidential election, I think it's about 27% of eligible voters that actually participated. So what is INEC doing? In looking through their mandate and their publications, their biggest goal is to expand voter access. And the way they think they can do this is by increasing the polling units. As you have seen with the data presented earlier, there's just not enough places for people to go to vote. However, they talk about their challenge, which is that they've tried to expand these polling units, but there are stakeholders who are politicizing the issue and making it difficult in that they come up with this stories that the INEC commission is putting polling units that will favor one political party versus another. And INEC has taken this seriously and beginning to examine why is this happening. And they think it's because the stakeholders are not well educated. So their plan is to engage stakeholders to really explain what's going on, to discuss solutions, get buy-in, listen to concerns, and finally establish a framework to improve voter access. They've also been very instrumental with drafting electoral reform, the current electoral bill of 2020 that Mr. Otubere is going to talk about, really trying to get INEC using current technology for electronic voting, transmission of results, which will increase transparency. The whole idea of diaspora as being able to vote as well. And in the upcoming Anambra elections, they've increased the polling units in that state from 4,600 to almost 5,700. So as the diaspora, we are stakeholders in this. We have families, we have friends who are in Nigeria who deserve to be in a situation where there is a democratic process that works, where leaders respect the rule of law, and where they're not dependent really on diasporas to remit funds so they can survive. So in that regard, I think where the diasporas can really work is to help support INEC with civic education. This is something NPAG is doing, collaborating with people, with organizations on ground to send out, to educate the public as to why it is important. Help get that mind shift changing. We know the struggles, we know the challenges, we know what the barriers are, which is good because part of solving a solution is knowing what the problem is, and then you can articulate plans to solve those problems. But as diaspora, even really engage in advocacy, you guys may have heard of the shenanigans that was going on with the electoral amended bill. Is still not passed because the National Assembly was trying to pass a law that really would not improve voter access or transparency. And so NPAG with Ready to Lead Africa and other civil organizations have really been vocal and screaming about, okay, you guys can do this. So we have to keep going because the law hasn't been passed. The National Assembly resumes in September. So that advocacy still needs to continue. And we really need also to push INEC to really, it's one thing where, okay, you don't have enough infrastructure, you don't have enough people to vote on election day. Well, one solution to the problem is to have other days where people can vote, like early voting, and extending the voting hours so that the voting pools are not crowded, and which leads to violence and security concerns that everybody talks about. So these are the things that NPAG is really focused on doing in this space to ensure that we really help consolidate democracy in Nigeria. And with that, I'll end. I know a lot of times you talk to people and it's just everyone just seems so downcast because they're like, oh, the Nigerian situation is useless. Well, it always seems impossible until it's done. And this is the mantra of NPAG and the organizations that we work with. And as long as we are breathing and have hope, we know that we can make a change, we can make a difference. So with that, I will end my talk.
Thank you for that, Dr. Iyore. I see we have a few more minutes. Do we want to take a couple of questions before we go up to the next speaker? Are you okay with that?
So there's a Q&A. I don't know if you can look at that and see.
Yes, I see a couple of questions there. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. You touched on one of the questions Dr. Emeruwa, actually asked. He asked, can we extend the duration of voting as a solution? And if we cannot, add polling units or do both. You talked about that. How can we not only extend the number of polling booths which they're working out, but extend the timing of it by maybe getting more people, not people on the ground, but people international to go back in Nigeria? Has there been thought about that during the voting period?
I'm sorry, my internet comes in and out. So the last sentence, is there a way internationally? I didn't get that.
We know we have people from the international community that goes back and watch the voting that takes place when voting happens in Nigeria. There's also been questions where can people from just laymen go back to Nigeria and form organizations like we have in America, where you can actually watch some of the voting taking place. Is there any talks about people from the US, the UK, the diaspora actually fly back home during that period?
So the INEC there is such a thing as observers for election, and that is something that's already in place.
Perfect. Another question that was sent directly to me was, how can we deal with the apathy when people don't trust the people they're voting for?
So that's where a lot of education comes in. So, right, the reason people are apathetic is because of long history of just what they've observed. And right. So a lot of that is really just education, and helping people understand that not doing anything is also a decision you've made, and that not doing anything doesn't create change, right? Absolutely. You're more likely to see a change if you actually participate in something. But if you never participate, then you never know if that change is going to happen, and who's going to make it happen if you're not involved. Like if everybody decides, okay, we're not going to do anything, then really nothing is going to change.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that, Dr. James. With that, we will move on to our next speaker of today, and I'm sure we'll have more questions, and I have a feeling he may have some answers to some of the questions that I see some of you guys posing to me. Thank you again, Dr. James. Our next speaker is God Bless Otubere. He is the global president of Ready to Lead Africa and Not Too Young to Run Lagos state coordinator. God Bless is the vice president of the Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Association of Nigeria. His works has been seen as in the passage of the Not Too Young to Run bill, passed as well as the Electoral Amendment Act Reforms Bill. God Bless works with international development partners and Pan-Africa stakeholders to promote democracy and good governance across Africa and the world. Welcome, God Bless, Otubere.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lolade. I can tell you, thank you so much for having me. And I also want to say thank you to Dr. Iyore for inviting me to be a part of this conversation, and to all the NPAG family.
So one of the main things we wanted to pose to you is the big question they had was, or we have, is the electoral reform. Where are we now? Are you able to speak to it and help us learn where we are as far as electoral reform in Nigeria?
Okay, great. Sorry, so now we're going into the questions, but I haven't actually talked about the issues where we are and where we're going. So, pardon me, how many minutes do I have?
About 10 minutes.
Okay, great.
You can go to your PowerPoint first.
Sorry, can you say that again?
You could go ahead.
Okay,
15
great.
minutes.
No, I'm good. That's fine. So I just want to say this, that with regards to where we are with electoral reforms in Nigeria, this is a journey that we've been on since December 2019, when myself, Samson Itodo of Iaga, a few other young leaders across Nigeria gathered in Abuja, and we said, having gotten the Not Too Young to Run bill passed in 2018, the most important bill for the country in our development of democracy and the protection of our freedom is the electoral reforms bill. Because in 2018, when the 8th Senate passed the bill and got it to the table of the president said it was too close to an election and he wouldn't sign. And now you have the 9th Senate and the House that has now worked on this new electoral amendment bill, which is sponsored at the House by Honorable Aisha Duku, who is the chairman Electoral Reforms Committee. And then you have in the Senate, the Deputy Senate President, Omo Agege, who is actually at the forefront of leading the issue of electoral reforms in the Senate. So far, what I can tell you is more than 70% of the population in Nigeria today are sort of awake to the issue of electoral reforms. But I will tell you this also, that more than 50 or 60% of the current politicians in Nigeria are not ready for electoral reforms. And that's a huge divide, which for us is very, very troubling. And when we started this advocacy back in December of 2019, we knew it was going to take some time, but we gave ourselves targets to say 2020 was the first target. We wanted to get the bill through the House and the Senate before the third quarter of 2020, but the pandemic struck early 2020, and then we had to keep the pressure within favorable distance because of COVID and all of that. But getting into 2021, we were now able to do a lot of work, go to the House, meet with stakeholders, and do all of that. And we also contributed in the process of rewriting some of the provisions of the act, rather of the bill, which will become an act once we have a harmonized version that the president will sign. We did a lot of advocacy, a lot of press conferences, a lot of meetings, a lot of protests, and some of these activities the ones that Ready to Lead Africa did, NPAG was, side by side with us, supporting with resources where possible. Where we are now, fellow Nigerians in the diaspora, is that we have an electoral reforms bill that has scaled through the third reading. Our parliamentary system is such that bills go through the first reading where it is brought in the House, and then it goes through the second reading where it is read again, and then you have the whole issue of argument and counter argument. And then it goes through the public hearing, especially for bills that have important societal implication. And also, when it goes to public hearing, and then you have all the committee, you have the committee stage, and everybody just bring in, you look at the civil society brought in and everyone. So the electoral reforms bill had gone through all that process. And when it came back from the entire process that I've just mentioned, and it came to the House floor where it was going to be passed for third reading, meaning it will now become what the House and what the House of Reps and the Senate had passed, and upon which once they reconvene and then it is harmonized, they send that harmonized copy to the president for signing. I would say I'm one of the privileged few that were on the House floor when the bill was eventually being considered for signage. Rather for passage, I beg your pardon. It is my experience from the House floor that made me to give the statistics that we have over 60% of current House members today who are not interested in electoral reforms. Because right there, the work we've been doing since 2019, the work that NPAG was sending resources for, and every other kind of institution around the world that are, that have Nigerians who are interested in their country to ensure that our elections are better. We saw people today who we call rep members or senators who literally voted against it, who almost killed it. So where we are right now is that we have two versions of the bill. We have the one in the House of Reps and we have the one in the Senate. The House of Reps, we have a lot of provisions that have made, the whole electoral reforms process a bit better, even though we still have a lot of issues. And I remember one of our conversations with NPAG and Dr. Yuri was that the work to build and uphold democracy is not a dash or a 100-meter dash. And even me, I think it's not even a marathon because it actually doesn't finish. A marathon comes to an end, but the work to rebuild democracy and keep it and make it work, never finishes. Your generation will come and do what they need to do. Another generation will take over, but we must keep bending the arc of justice, towards one that favors the people. So you have the version of the House that has the most, the section with the most, obvious implication is section 50, subsection 2, which talks about the transmission of election results electronically, because that is actually one of the biggest aspects of the bill, that the entire country, the way we ran our advocacy was that even the market woman and the student and the barbers and the hairdresser, the slave queen, the fine boy, there was a way we did the campaign, and we made them to take electronic transmission of results as something that affected them, just like the way NSAS affected them. And on I can say this because on the House floor, the day the bill, the two days where this bill was being considered, I saw young men who ordinarily were not going to be in the National Assembly come and say, this is the most important thing in their lifetime. So at the end of the day, when the opposition caucus staged a walkout, the APC lawmakers were able to pass and advance the bill through the third reading. And today, section 50, subsection 2, of the version of the House says that INEC has the prerogative to use whatever means to transmit results as they deem practicable. Now, that is simply because on Thursday, when the bill was supposed to be passed, they brought NCC in to come and tell us, Nigerians and everybody who was watching, that do we have the technical capacity right now to transmit results from every angle of the country? Because, so people in the diaspora, this has been the argument. A lot of lawmakers from the north, and I will be very specific, are arguing, and a few people that they got from the south as well. Sadly, people like Ojus or Kalu said he doesn't have network in his village, in Abia. I mean, that is absolutely something that a lot of us couldn't even believe. So you have lawmakers from the north who are saying that bandits or Boko Haram have broken down cell towers in the north, and then the network scanned, INEC cannot transmit results, there's no network, there's nothing, and all of that. And then NCC came, and I can tell you from my own observation, watching the guy taking the oath, he didn't even know what he was talking about. And clearly what he was doing was just to accentuate the position of a particular interest. So if you say that NCC did a mapping of the polling units across the country in 2018, and they discovered that over 50% was covered by 3G, and and then you have about 40-something% covered by 2G, and that was 2018 data. We're going into an election in 2023, but you are giving us data that you took in 2018, and you are making a decision based off on the data of 2018 to determine what the future of a country will be. And I remember a particular member of the House stood up and said, sorry, sir, if this data you are telling us to make a decision on today was taken in 2018, why can't we fix what the problems are between 2021 and 2023 before we have the general elections? And the man kept quiet. He simply told us the truth, that these guys came to accentuate the interest of a particular group. Fellow Nigerians in the diaspora, where we are now today is that you have the House version, which empowers INEC to transmit results electronically where practicable. And you have a version in the Senate, which actually, to put it mildly, is shocking and unbelievable that the Senate, which is believed to be the wisest arm of the legislature, can say, and they actually, I don't know how they were so comfortable to do that somebody did not tap them and say, no, look at what you're doing. The Senate is telling Nigerians that INEC can only transmit results electronically only when NCC says it is okay, or based off on the approval of the Senate. Even though the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, Section 78, says that INEC is not beholden to any other institution. That is why they are called Independent National Electoral Commission. INEC's funding, in fact, one of the things that we argued during the whole process of writing the new bill was that we want INEC's funding to be on, like a first line, issue, such that just the same way RAMFAC will make all these issues about how you share monies in the country, INEC's funding should not even be about whether the president, signs the bill or not. First line issue. So now, if you are telling INEC that INEC's ability to transmit results, then the person who is playing in the game is the one telling the referee when to give yellow card or give red card or accept that a goal has been scored. Now, that in itself is an aberration. So the Senate version will not stand because it contravenes the 1999 Constitution. The House version, however, has a lot of loophole because What it might mean is you might have INEC saying they can transmit results electronically in the South, but you will have excuses that they can't transmit results electronically in the North. And that is not what the country should be doing. What the country needs now, and Dr. Iyore did mention that we're not done yet with the electoral reforms, because once the House resumes in September, they're going to see the mother of all protests. They're going to see the highest level of engagement. Nigerians are now awoken to say, look, you can't take us for a ride anymore. So as it is, the speaker said it before the House went on this long recess, that we're not done. And we're just telling them that we're not done. So as it is, INEC can transmit results electronically, but what we were looking for is to say the only way to transmit results with this act is through electronic means. That's what we wanted. That's what the country needs, because we can't be in 2021 and election results keep rising like Gary. I cannot vote in Maitama. By the time I can't vote in Wuse, by the time they take the result that I saw in Wuse that is 200, and it gets to Maitama INEC head office, it now becomes 2,000. There is no other way to tell me that I am mad, I am unserious, or I'm foolish than for you to tell me to accept what I saw as 200 as 2,000, because somebody wants to remain in office. People in the diaspora, I know you people love this country. The commitment is very, very great. Without you guys, some of us will not be able to do the work we do. The work has not stopped. We have not achieved anything yet. The battle is still ahead. The war has not been won. And I would say that for now, let's continue to roll our sleeve and enlist and fight. Because if we don't, these guys are going to destroy this democracy that we've had for the last 20 years. For that, I say thank you for having me and God bless you. Any question, I'll be here to answer it.
Thank you so much, God bless. That definitely gives me some understanding of what's going on. I think looking at the positive of it is like we actually have a bill and we're working at it. We're not happy with some of the things that are going on down there, but I know from a positive standpoint that we will make it work and we have to continue to push. I have a question from Olakunle, I believe Dr. Olakunle, that asks, I don't know how far this discussion has gone, he said, as far as a technicality, but he said when they were talking about the electoral reform and diaspora was mentioned, how is diaspora defined? And what are the qualifications for what a diaspora is for a purpose of voting? And how is that defined into law? His fear is if we fail to do this and have appropriate definition, we will only end up having millions of people from Chad, Mali, Niger, etc. qualifying as a diaspora. And what we would have achieved then, apart from shooting ourselves in the foot. I'll turn it back to you, Doctor.
Do you want me to take that?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Okay, so I remember in the beginning of our advocacy in 2021, we had tried to, as an organization, we had tried to raise the whole consciousness of the diasporans to vote in our elections. But we quickly learned something very, very important, that diaspora voting is not just about electoral reforms, but it's about constitutional amendment. And that is why in the course of our work, we found that there was this young man, I've forgotten his name now, who started something called the Nigerian Diaspora Voting Commission, if I'm correct. And I think he was more focused on the issue of getting the diaspora voting bill through the National Assembly. I remember I was in a conversation with what's her name, Madam Abike Dabiri, and some of the NIDO people in Europe, and we were having this conversation, and I told them what the problems were. that, look, we were trying to see how we can get diaspora voting in the Electoral Act, but INEC cannot make a diaspora voting possible. So that's one. For us to be able to get people outside of Nigeria to vote, we need to go to a section in the Nigerian constitution that says that the only people that can vote at a Nigerian election are those who are in Nigeria. So Abike Dabiri was also very clear when she said, we got to amend that, because I think that was a while back when we were saying that the amendment of the constitution that was going on around the country, that the diaspora community was beginning to channel resources to ensure that the advocacy is strong. And I kept hammering on that. Look, we are fighting to get the electoral reforms done, but if you guys want to vote now, then we must do more than what we're doing, because diaspora voting is just one of the issues. And then we have a plethora of other issues that we're dealing with. So that was one. Then two, what this person is asking is something that our sources in the House told us as well, that we had better just fight for the Electoral Amendment Act to be fixed and not necessarily try to bring diaspora voting now, because, and I will say it here, there's a section of this country that is saying that their people are not in the diaspora like we say. So they will tell you that when you go to America, you see a lot of Igbo people. That when you come to the UK, I mean Europe, you come to UK, you see Yoruba people. That when you go to other parts of Europe, it's still Igbo people. So they tell you, well, our people are not in the diaspora that you know, but our people are in the diaspora. If you want diaspora voting, we will give you. But know that our people are in Niger, our people are in Chad, our people. So at the end of the day, and a well-intentioned move to give a people whose money sustains this economy the right to participate and vote. Some people are now using it again as a way to destroy the system. I can't understand that level of deliberate sabotage. So I would tell the person who asked the question, I'm giving you all of the background information and how we are here now, and the fact that I have left diaspora voting conversation at the moment to the passage of the diaspora voting bill and the amendment of the Nigerian constitution to allow for people to vote, to allow for Nigerians to vote irrespective of whether they are in Nigeria at the time of voting. So that's the answer to that.
Thank you so very much for that answer. There was actually a follow-up question that was actually quite interesting. The person said, I agree with Olakunle. However, couldn't we vote in our embassies with our green passport? Because technically, you are in Nigeria when you go to the embassy. And should this be the focus when we talk about diaspora voting? Because right now we do not have representation in Nigeria. So why should we care about Nigeria? I thought this was fantastic. Back to you, God bless.
Look, I remember when I was, I don't know, Dr. Yore, if you're there, I don't know if I had this session with you when I was, okay, no, I think it was, NPAG vice president in one of these conversations we're having, and I was asked the question that how are we going to execute diaspora voting? And I said, look, the embassies are not like in every state, especially let's look at the US, for example. I think they have something in, I know we have the embassy in DC. I think there's something in New York, if I'm correct, but I don't know if you have in Florida or any of these other parts of the country, especially for those in the US. What I was even saying was, we could have like a partnership, right, with, different institutions, or maybe a specific US institution where we know that, okay, we look at the data, where are our people, right? Do we have a lot of people here? Do we have a lot of people here that are Nigerians that are legally living here? Can we work with the US embassy to create something or what, so that we can vote, so that our people can vote wherever they are? Okay, great. Even at that, we can even do mail-in ballots, because these are things that help democracy grow. At the end of the day, we couldn't come out with the final resolution on what that can be. And before we even went too far that day, and I said, look, at best, whatever we're doing here is suggestive. Let's get this first bill through the door. And when we are in government and we have the accumulative right to make decisions on behalf of our people, then this conversation can make sense. But as it is, the lawmakers are not here, the policymakers are not here, the president is not on this platform talking with us right now. There's no way whatever we say right now will make sense. So guess what? We just left it and said, let's get the alterations in the Constitution first. Let's get the diaspora voting bill through the line. Because once we get that through the line, then clearly we know that we're going to be able to affect the Constitution moving forward. But even at that, if we get the alteration in the Constitution, then it makes sense too.
Thank you very much. I have one final question, and I possess it to you, Mr. Otubere, and also Dr. James. This is from Dr. Ifeoma Okoye. Getting more people to vote and diaspora going to Nigeria to assist during election periods are important projects. But realistically, a major elephant in the room is a security problem, which is a significant issue for those living in Nigeria and the diaspora. What can we do, and how can we begin to start solving this problem? Thank you.
Do you want me to take that, or you want Dr. Yori to go first?
Dr. Yori can go first, and then you can add to it.
Okay, can you repeat the question again, though? I didn't get that.
Dr. Okoye wants to know essentially that it's very important that we go back home to help during the election, but she feels a major elephant in the room is the issue of security, especially around the time of the election, and how can we make this or fix this to help?
Right. So Dr. Yori, you want to take that first, and then I'll follow you. I've been speaking for a long time. She there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to, yes, yeah, absolutely. There are security issues in Nigeria. But that's where, organizations like ours, like Ready to Lead, Shift, and other organizations are working to reverse that. And so, yes, we can say, well, because the security issues, we're not going to do anything and let things keep getting worse, or we can be strategic in how we approach the situation and be smart and diligent about it to get the results that we want. And I think, what we're doing is evident. I mean, eventually, like I said earlier, things don't change by people just sitting around talking about it. You actually have to do.
Absolutely. To you as well, Mr. Otubere.
Okay, so security for everyone who's coming back to be a part of the process is top, should be top on anybody's mind. And I'll say this, look, and this is me being very, very open and straightforward. Check the security report today in Nigeria. If it doesn't improve, hey, my brother, my sister, stay where you are, don't come right now, right? If the security situation deteriorates further, stay in America, don't come. Because if the NDA can be attacked, I am not safe, right? And this is me talking to my brothers and sisters. There is no, it cannot happen to me anymore. No, right now, we're surviving based on caution, grace. So I'll say to whoever is listening, whatever way you can support, participate in the process, but if the security if the code is not red, if it's not amber, maybe it gets a little bit, towards green. Yeah, you can come and participate. But I'm saying, but the current security situation, I'd say you just relax where you are and see how you can support. But let's look forward to seeing that the security situation improves between now and 2023, and then you can come. This is the advice I'll give to my brother, and I'll give to my sister, and that I'm ready to everyone today to say, look, we're in one of the worst security times in our history as a people. So I just hope that, because a lot of us are like, okay, so we sort of understand the terrain a bit, and then we can time. But you guys have been away, so the things we know, a lot of you can't just get on get in a very rickety vehicle to travel out some places because you don't want to be fished out. Now, these are some on the ground smart that a lot of us have had to pick up. Dressing in certain ways so that you can't be fished out. These are some things that I would just say on this call, because we're having this conversation. But hopefully that the security situation improves, and then of course we all can come back.
Awesome. Thank you so very much for coming today and discussing with us. I also appreciate your true honesty, because I'm pretty sure we all worry about the security of our loved ones at home as well. With that being said, this concludes our second session of our program. We will now have a 15 minutes break. And when we'll come back, I am very, very excited for our third session, where we'll be talking about understanding the public health impact of ECOWAS transhuman protocol, and should Nigeria remain a signatory. And we would also have session 4, where we talk about healthcare in Anambra, one-on-one with our candidate.
Yeah, so please, everyone, come back at 12:45. Let's see, what time is that? No, what time is
yes,
it?
12:45
p.m. Eastern time. That would be 9:45 Pacific time and 5:45 West African time. But in the meantime, you don't have to log off. Stay logged on. We're gonna play a video. You don't log off. learn how we can improve the electoral process, learn about the public health impact of the ECOWAS transhumance protocol, the food needs pet crisis, and beyond. Introducing project #IWillVote. And don't miss special appearances by Anambra State Governor candidates as they share their healthcare manifesto for Anambra State and overall plans for economic development. Register for free today at npagroup.org.
Parents will do anything for their kids, but sometimes it goes too far. Like in 2018, when an overprotective dad happened to
The Nigerian Physicians Advocacy Group is a US-based nonpartisan organization. It was created by passionate Nigerian physicians who believe that the vision of a healthier Nigeria cannot be achieved without good governance. Our mandate is to encourage Nigerian citizens to engage in the political processes that affect their lives daily. As Nigerian citizens, we know about the problems. We must engage in a united front to create sustainable solutions. Our organization wants to create a mind shift within the Nigerian leadership and citizens through grassroots advocacy. We are lobbying to ensure passage of electoral reforms that will improve transparency in the election process. Join us, donate, learn more at npagroup.org.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had a good lunch. It is now 11:45, 11:46 Central Time, which is 12:45 Eastern Time. And we will be resuming with our program. Again, please make your way back to your computers. We will be resuming with our program. We have had some really good speakers, some amazing sessions, and we thank you all for your robust discussions in the chat, and for your incredible questions. We will be moving on to session 3, entitled Understanding the Public Health Impact of the ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol, Should Nigeria Remain a Signatory? And we have our moderator for session 3, Dr. Iyore James.
Thank you, Dr. Diowe. Our speaker should be signing on shortly. So he is Professor Chikodiri Wagu. He's a lecturer at the Department of Political Science, University of Nigeria in Nsukka. He's done a lot of work, publications on the subject at hand. And he will be, let's see, I think he's still logging on. He will be joining us shortly.
Well, I think in the meantime, for the benefit of the audience, can you give some of our listeners some background on the ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Diowe. So the ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol is basically a policy that allows for nomads, which are primarily made of Fulanese herdsmen, to migrate through the Sahel, which starts from Senegal, going all the way to the northern part of Nigeria, moving them and their cattle. And this is a way to sort of promote unity within the region, and also allow this Fulani headsmen to be able to go back and forth the Sahel like as they do. But obviously, there's a lot of complications, or should I say, unintended consequences that have resulted from that. And so we sort of learned about this transhumance protocol when NPAG was engaged in a conversation with the Information Minister of Nigeria, trying to understand really the root of the Fulanese headsman crisis. And so we thought that it would be a good thing to learn more about, so we can create advocacy plans to this challenge. So yeah, that's it.
And this is, I mean, for, because we, in discussions with Nigerians in the diaspora, there are some who may understand the relevance of why we're concerned about this and what this means for the diaspora, and some who do not. So can you maybe elaborate why we in the diaspora should pay attention to this issue?
Well, I think we should pay attention because it is obviously causing, in as much as it's causing security crisis, but it's also leading to food insecurity, where farmers can go to the farm to do their work, which leads to food shortages, and that trickles down to the overall health of the country. So yeah, that's it.
And I think, you discussed, and we have discussed this in terms of what the goals of NPAG are, and it's really to target infrastructural things as well, right? So even through, what we're doing with the Clean Water Initiative, or paying attention to food shortages and farming practices and behaviors in order to improve the health of the people, it's a really thorough sort of approach that we're taking on things to address, with ultimately the goal of improving healthcare, as this is, a physician organization. You would say, correct?
Absolutely, Dr. Diowe. And it's important, as has been mentioned by our previous speakers, that we need to engage in the legislative process, because these are the sort of things that are put in place, which the common man, if I may use that word, suffers because of laws or policies that are implemented. And we have to be able to, policies are always made, maybe not always, almost always made with good intent, but sometimes it doesn't work. And is the ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol one of those? The protocol does have provisions to limit this herdsmen from entering the country if they're causing a civic disturbance. So if a civic disturbance is happening and our policy leaders are not reacting, then it's up to us to, knock on the doors of those policymakers to say, hey, this might not be working so much anymore, where security crisis is increasing, food, which is leading to food insecurity, which is leading to starvation, which, and all of that. So, that's why we thought this was really an important topic to look at.
Yes, excellent point. Let me just see if we have any word on.
So he's now logged in, he said, but I don't see him on the panelists. So let's see if I'll try and find him on the
here he is.
The attendee. You see him? Okay, great.
I've just promoted him to panelist.
Okay, great. That's awesome.
Let's see here. I promoted him.
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, he is here. Hi there, Mr. Wagwu. You can unmute. There you are. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Wagwu as he talks about understanding the public health impact of the ECOWAS transhumance protocol. Should Nigeria remain a signatory?
Okay. Good evening to everyone here. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on the part of the world where you joined us from. My name is Chikodri Wangu from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I don't know, I hope I have the opportunity to share my slides. Hello,
Yes,
Dr. James?
Yes, let me, yes, you should be able to.
All right. Okay. By way of introduction, I am a political scientist based in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And when I got the invitation to speak today as a panelist, I was quite excited because this is one of the key subject areas I have done a number of studies on. So it's always a thing of great pleasure and excitement whenever I'm invited to speak within my areas of niche capacity. So I want to say that I was actually asked to speak on public health impact of ECOWAS transhumance. But in the course of my preparation for this exercise, I decided to modify the topic to read as public health impact of transhumant pastoralism in West Africa. So within this subject, we tend to do a conceptualization of transhumant pastoralism and also look at the contributions of pastoralism generally to food security and the quest for regional integration within West African sub-region. Then we also looked at the contending debates within the existing scholarship on the key drivers of the conflict, the land use conflict, if you like, between transhumant pastoralists and the peasant farmers. Beyond this, we now looked at ECOWAS transhumance protocol and how certain provisions of the protocol, especially as it affects the ECOWAS International Transhumance Certificate, tends to serve as an enabler of the ongoing episodic confrontations between these two groups of land users, especially in Nigeria. Then beyond this, we now looked at the public health implication or impact of transhuman pastoralism. Then we now looked at the desirability or feasibility or otherwise of Nigeria exiting from the ECOWAS transhumance protocol of 1998. And what follows next is the conclusion. So this is just by way of a general introduction to my presentation this evening. Okay. I think I would like to share my slides now.
You should be able to. You see the share screen? Were you able to see the share screen option?
Sure. I've seen it.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the topic, public health impact of.
Okay, so now you have to click on slideshow. So that.
Yes, I've already shared my.
Yeah, click on slideshow. Click on slideshow.
I've done that already.
No, we're still just seeing the working documents. If you look up on the right after your topic, public health impact, slideshow.
You are screen sharing. I can see it. You are screen sharing.
Oh no, she's talking about in the PowerPoint on the PowerPoint program where it says slideshow at the top, so you can make the slides bigger.
Okay.
It says
you see the home tab.
Sorry, just a minute.
So you see where your slide is, your mouse?
Yes.
Is okay, so go up to the home where it says home, you see that to the left of the screen? And then you see slideshow up.
I've already shared my
Yeah, I know, we can see your PowerPoint, but we want it to be bigger. So if you click on slideshow on your PowerPoint presentation, see.
I can only see new slide, which I've already shared.
Okay, so go above that column where it says home, insert, design. Do you see that? Animations, slideshow.
So sorry, I don't see.
Oh, that's okay.
He's talking about your PowerPoint, not the actual Zoom. So your PowerPoint public health impact of transhuman, we see it, but it's small for the participants to see. So if you go to home, insert, design, animation, slideshow on the menu, don't minimize, bring the arrow down, home. Or if you look at your bottom right, where it says 70%, there's that little thing that looks like a slide, just click that. You see where it says 70%? No, go to your left, No.
Is it?
Go beside the percentage, there's a little button, not the Zoom, to the right of it then. The right of the other side. The other side. No. Don't click that. You say where there are 3 little buttons right beside the 89%. There are 3 little buttons before you see 89%. 1, 2, 3.
I can't see any one.
Okay.
Right. You were there. Go back.
It's now 100%.
No, go. You need to just click a button right before the 100%. Okay.
There's no button. I don't seem to see any button there.
Click where your arrow. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yes, that's it.
Chai, I'm so sorry about this. Now I understand what. All right. I hope it's fine now.
Yes, please go
It
ahead.
looks great.
All right. Thank you so much for your patience. All right. So by way of introduction, we first of all want to understand what is meant by transhumant pastoralism. And it essentially refers to the regular movement of herders and their livestock from one location to another due to the seasonal availability of pastures. The truth of the matter is that in many parts of Africa, especially in West Africa, pastures are not always available. It's something that tends to be available on seasonal basis. So as a result of the seasonal availability of pastures, these migrant herders also tends to move from one location to another location in search of pastures. And in most cases, there's this tendency to mistake or confuse or even use transhumant pastoralism interchangeably with nomadic pastoralism. But they are not exactly the same. There is a thin line of difference between the two. And that difference borders on the fact that nomadic pastoralism essentially refers to the irregular movement of herders from one location to another in search of grazing, land, and other landed resources. So the key difference here has to do with the regularity and irregularity of the movement. And we understand that transhumant pastoralism is, as the herding practice and the tradition, is predominantly associated with nomadic Fulanis who are found in Central Africa, in East Africa, North Africa, as well as West Africa. And within West Africa, for instance, we understand that the member states of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, tends to experience cross-border transhumance in 3 different ways. Some of them experience it as countries of origin, others experience it as countries or host countries, the host of this transhumant pastoralists, while the third category experience it as countries of transit or transit countries. So the issue of transhumant pastoralism, or pastoralism in particular, has contributed abundantly to the quest for food sufficiency or food security in Africa. Pastoralism and indeed animal husbandry as a whole has contributed about 44% of the total agricultural GDP. And that goes to tell us that the quest for food security in Nigeria, in Africa, and indeed in any part of the world should not neglect the place of animal husbandry, which pastoralism contributes a quantum of in the realization of that food security. Beyond the issue of food security, we also understand that transhumant pastoralism, which is predominantly associated with Fulani nomads, have played a significant role in the quest for regional integration in West Africa. If you look at West Africa, for instance, you understand that it is about the only region in Africa that is most culturally diffused, that is most culturally disparate and differentiated. So this pastoralists on a very good day has the potentials and have actually in real time played this role of integrating different parts of different member states of West Africa because of the nature of spread of these transhumant pastoralists. Beyond this as well, before the past decade, it has been established in various scholarly works that there has been a relationship of mutual trade and the production relations that existed between transhumant herders and the sedentary farmers, such that they maintained a relationship of cordiality, in the sense that the farmer's land was often fertilized by the herders' cattle. And this is done in exchange for what is technically referred to as a usufructuary rights. In other words, the rights over lands and the landed resources. So this was the case, but within the past 10 years or thereabouts, there has been various cases of coordinated attacks, attacks on farming communities by herdsmen who are predominantly Fulanis in Nigeria, in Ghana, in central Mali, in Burkina Faso, and other parts of West Africa. It's not just a Nigerian thing. And this has become so pervasive that even in 2015, the Global Terrorism Index ranked Fulani extremists as the 4th most dangerous terrorist group in the whole world. So, in the light of the pre-existing cases of attacks and the conflict relationship between these two groups of agro-land users, it is important to understand what the existing studies or scholarship has to say regarding the origin and the escalation of the land use conflict between nomadic herders and sedentary peasant farmers. And that takes us to the second slide, where I try to look at the existing scholarship. And in the course of this, I try to disaggregate and segment the existing studies into 3 different broad perspectives. The first perspective tries to look at the role of climate change and environmental scarcity in the origin and the escalation of land use conflict between transhumant pastoralists and the peasant farmers. The second perspective looks at the role of urbanization, population explosion, and the commodity production in the ongoing conflict, while the third perspective looks at insecurity within the Lake Chad region, especially. So within the first perspective, which is climate change and environmental scarcity, it is worthy of note that the security implication of climate change gained popularity. The security implication of climate change in Africa gained popularity in 2007 when it was excessively debated in various global fora, such as the African Union, the United Nations Security Council, and within the conference of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. The issue of security implication of climate change was exhaustively discussed, and it was brought to the global fora, especially with respect to Africa as a region. So it is important to understand that climate change in itself cannot lead to conflict in the sense of direct violence. And this is the viewpoint of some political ecologists, especially Nancy Peluso and the Michael Watts, who are of the view that the environment merely serves as the theater where conflict, contestations, and the ownership rights play themselves out. However, beyond this perspective, as expressed by these political ecologists, experts in environmental security have tried to establish a causal link between climate change-induced environmental scarcity and the violence. They are of the viewpoint that certain effects of climate change, like desert encroachment or desertification, which is very commonplace in the Sahel region, has accounted for decreasing number of food production. It has accounted for the recession of Lake Chad waters, amongst other things, and the ultimate effect of all of this is reduction in food production, reduction in availability of water, and because of this scarcity, there is every tendency for various economic groups, including transhumant pastoralists, who are dependent on these natural resources for their sustenance. There is every tendency for them to begin to migrate southwards to the savanna region, where these resources are found in more abundant supply. And this takes us to the second perspective, which is urbanization, population explosion, and the commodity production. This perspective is closely associated with an 18th century British political economist known as Thomas Malthus. Malthus propounded his model of population growth. As a matter of fact, Thomas Malthus existed at a time where his contemporaries saw population as a veritable index of national power. But Malthus held a view that was and still is largely contrary to the predominant viewpoint of his generation, to the effect that human population tends to grow at a geometric proportion, whereas the means of sustenance tends to grow at arithmetic progression. And according to him, the imbalance between population growth and the means of sustenance, the disequilibrium arising from this will ultimately lead to various forms of civil unrest, including war, including famine, including conflict, violence, strife, and so on and so forth. So the perspective here largely draws from the classical viewpoint of Thomas Malthus as expressed in his theory of population growth. So within Nigeria and the several other African societies, it has become evident that human population and indeed animal population have been growing at a very geometric rate relative to available resources that are necessary for survival. And the implication is that there has been an increasing rate of conflict, violence, and so on and so forth. So in Nigeria, for instance, we notice that due to population growth, it has also increased urbanization, and it has also led to the expansion of public infrastructure. It has also led to the acquisition of land by large-scale crop farmers and other private commercial users. And the implication of this is that it has led to encroachment on certain lands that were hitherto reserved for pastoralists, areas that were reserved as grazing area, grazing reserve. Of course, if you have been following news within the past few years of Buhari's superordinacy, it is not uncommon to have heard him talk about the need to recover grazing routes, grazing land, grazing area, and grazing this and grazing that. So this appears to be the foremost policy disposition of his government, and he is unrepentantly committed to it. Well, we shall get back to that in the course of this presentation. Then, another implication of the ongoing expansion of public infrastructure, urbanization, and the growth in commodity production is that it has also led to the transmutation of the seasonal movement of herders to something more permanent, because these herders often migrate from the south to from the north to the south, and they settle for a season, and during rainy season, they now return to their original homesteads. In fact, there are two migration routes. The first route is known as north-south route, and this route is commonly found during the dry season. During the dry season, it is very common, and it is also the most typical, and it involves the movement of cattle herders and their livestock from the northern part of the country to the middle belt and the southern Nigeria, for instance. Then the other migration route is known as south-north route, and this is less typical, it is less numerous, and it occurs during the rainy season. But the point I'm making is that because of the increasing scarcity of certain resources like pasture land, water, and other things that these transhumant pastoralists essentially depend on in the northern part of the country, for instance, in the Lake Chad area, where we have the Lake Chad Basin that supplies water to both crop farmers and the transhumant pastoralists, there has been increasing recession of the water. And beyond the issue of recession, the water itself has also been subjected to various forms of anti-agricultural practices, if you like. For instance, the issue of overgrazing is very common there. The issue of overfishing is very common there. The issue of pollution of the water itself. And all these have led to undue increase in conflict between various economic groups that are found within the region. So the tendency here is that for these migrant herders to move southwards, and in most cases, they don't come back during rainy season. They tend to settle, and when you come to southern Nigeria today, they have found various settlements in different parts of southern Nigeria. For instance, in a Lolly, you will see them in a settlement. If you go to Ogbomoso, if you go to Oyo, if you go to Obakala in Abia State, if you go to Bendem in Abia State, if you come to Ozowan in Enugu State, if you go to Shaki, amongst other parts of southern Nigeria, you find settlements of Fulani herders. So, unlike the original typology that sees north-south migration and the south-north migration, in most cases, once they migrate southwards, they just settle and they begin to reside there and they do their normal business, as though they have come to stay forever. So this takes us to the third perspective, which borders on insecurity within the Lake Chad area. The argument here is that there has been several instances of insecurity arising from Boko Haram insurgency to cattle rustling. And because of the combination of this, according to the Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MAGBAN, they have reported over time that they had lost over millions of cattle and other livestock as a result of Boko Haram insurgency and the cattle rustling. And as a result of this, they tend to migrate southwards to the Middle Belt and other parts of southern Nigeria. And in the course of this movement, they tend to come into confrontation with peasant farmers, thereby leading to conflict and various forms of violent attacks. But beyond these perspectives, we also notice that the role of ECOWAS protocols have not been very central to the existing debate. So ECOWAS, of course, is a community, ECOWAS is for West African countries, and it was established in 1975 with the primary motive of promoting sub-regional integration, especially with respect to economic integration. And since then till now, it has so many things to boast of in terms of achievements. So in 1998, there was a protocol that was formulated known as ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol. But beyond ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol, there are several other protocols and the conventions that have been formulated under the auspices of the ECOWAS, such as ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, Rights of Residents and Establishment, Regulation of Transhumance between ECOWAS member states of 2003, ECOWAS Strategic Plan for the Development and the Transformation of Livestock Sector, and the 2005 ECOWAS Agricultural Policy. These were various policies and the frameworks and the protocols that were formulated by the community in order to promote animal husbandry, especially with respect to transhumant pastoralism. But then if you look at the Article 3 of ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol, it provides explicitly that all animals of the bovine, caprine, cameline, equine, plus asinine species shall be allowed free passage across the borders of all member states of the sub-region. But the most controversial part of the treaty or protocol has to do with Article 5, which provides that the only requirement which provides for the possession of ECOWAS International Transhumance Certificate as the sole requirement for free passage from one member state to another. Then we looked at the key provisions of that certificate, or what is expected to be contained in the certificate. Number one is that it has to contain details on the composition of the head. Number two, that it must contain details on the vaccinations given. Number three, details on the itinerary of the heads. And number four is details on the border posts to be crossed, while the last one is details on the final destination. So once you have this certificate that must be issued at from the country of origin, you are deemed qualified to move from one member state to another state with your livestock. Then we looked at the key drivers of the influx of armed transhumant pastoralists into Nigeria in particular, because for obvious reasons, most of the coordinated attacks and the confrontations between these two groups are mainly domiciled in Nigeria. In other words, Nigeria has remained the epicenter of this conflict. So one thing that the ECOWAS Transhumance Protocol has achieved is that it has liberalized migration in West Africa. And this is in terms of the issue of removal of strict documentations and the visa requirements. For instance, you don't need to subject yourself to any strict documentation before you travel to member states of ECOWAS. You don't need to have any visa. Insofar as you have your ECOWAS passport, you are good to go. So it has liberalized the migration, and migrants are permitted to spend up to 3 months, that is 90 days, in any member states of the community. But one thing we must note here is that some people, especially farming communities, have seen this protocol as a ploy in the hands of certain regional groups, especially the Fulani ethnic stock, to confiscate their ancestral lands. So they see it as a tool in the hands of the Fulanis to promote their quest for territorial expansionism, especially in West Africa. Then the second part has to do with the ineffective, or what I prefer to call the selective implementation of ECOWAS protocols and other national laws in Nigeria. Over the years, we have noticed that the Nigerian government, especially under the present regime, appears to be more selective. It implements certain provisions of the protocol that appeals to the president and his minions while disregarding other provisions. For instance, Buhari has been quoted over and again as saying that the reason why Nigeria cannot expel armed transhumant pastoralists is because of it would amount to a violation of ECOWAS transhumant protocol. But the same government, just as recent as 2019, closed all its land borders. And the reason for this was, according to them, to stop the influx of certain items like rice that were being smuggled through the land borders into Nigerian soil. And I begin to wonder, does this not amount to a violation of the ECOWAS protocols on free movement of persons, goods, and establishments? Your guess is as good as mine. Then beyond this, it has also been reported in various news platforms that Buhari himself, the president of Nigeria, often tries to externalize the causes of the ongoing coordinated confrontations between these two agro land users. In 2018, for instance, while he was in the United Kingdom, he said, he told the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, that those who are responsible for armed attacks on various farming communities, especially in Benue, Plateau, and other Middle Belt states, are Gaddafi-trained gunmen. That these were gunmen that streamed out of Libya, and they found their way into Nigeria. And when you look at a country like Libya, it doesn't
I think we've lost our speaker. We'll try to get him back. Just hold on for a few minutes.
I just texted. I'm sorry about that. We're still trying to get Mr. Wong on.
Thank you for your patience. We're still trying to get him back on. You can, let's see. We will, you can ask your questions in the Q&A. So as soon as it comes back in, we will help answer some of these questions to move us along. Our next program coming up would be with the Anambra Governance Group. I'm sure we can play this while we wait on that.
The Nigerian Physicians Advocacy Group is a US-based nonpartisan organization. It was created by passionate Nigerian physicians who believe that the vision of a healthier Nigeria cannot be achieved without good governance. Our mandate is to encourage Nigerian citizens to engage in the political processes that affect their lives daily. As Nigerian citizens, we know about the problems. We must engage in a united front to create sustainable solutions. Our organization wants to create a mind shift within the Nigerian leadership and citizens through grassroots advocacy. We are lobbying to ensure passage of electoral reforms that will improve transparency in the election process. Join us, donate, learn more at npagroup.org. Okay, Mr. Wango has reconnected. He's just. Dr. Titi, can you let him share his slide? Hi, Mr. Wango, please go ahead. You may be muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
All right, so I was talking about
we
this.
can't see you.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you are. And so you have to share your slides again.
Okay.
So share screen and.
All right. Yeah, can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So I was talking about the selective application or ineffective implementation of the ECOWAS transhumance protocol, especially in Nigeria. So, and the central base, the basis for understanding this is that the implementation of these protocols, whether it is ECOWAS transhumance protocol or any other convention for that matter, often panders to the whims and the caprices of the person at the helm. And it also panders to the dynamics of national politics within a given geographical entity. For instance, when you look at a country like Ghana, we understand that Ghana had come up with several policies designed to checkmate the hostile nature of transhumant pastoralists. And these are found in what they call Operation Cowleg 1, Operation Cowleg 2, and Operation Cowleg 3, which is the latest of the operations. And it is essentially designed to expel and dismiss any Fulani herdsman that is found culpable in the destruction of farmlands, of crops, or invasion of farming communities. And so far in Ghana, it has worked quite effectively. And that is largely because the Fulani as an ethnic bloc does not constitute the majority. And they don't also control the levers of political power in Ghana. But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case. They are not in the majority, quite all right, but they've been able to mobilize other ethnic nationalities, especially within the northern region, to support most of their own preferred policy. So in Nigeria, the transhumance protocol has not been implemented or is being implemented in breaches to accommodate the overall interest of the Fulani ethnic stock. So, and that panders, like I said before, to the prevailing dynamics of national politics in the country. A Fulani man, for instance, is the president of the country, and he has also been able to Fulanize the national security architecture, such that they often try to explain away most of the issues that are happening in the country in terms of security challenges. They often try to externalize the causes, like I was making reference to the expressions by President Buhari that the ongoing carnage in the land are essentially caused by Gaddafi-trained gunmen who are also using arms that are streaming from Libya, even when Libya does not share a common boundary with Nigeria. So when we begin to wonder, even if these headers are foreigners, as they would have us believe, is there any law in Nigeria that incapacitates the country from prosecuting foreigners that have been found guilty or found wanting of any form of terrorism, as we are witnessing? To the best of my knowledge, there is no such law. And when we begin to wonder, why is it that these terrorists or these armed men that streamed out of Libya found it convenient to settle in Nigeria? What about other West African countries like Ghana? What about Cote d'Ivoire? And so on and so forth. Within the past few months, it was reported that Ghana has become the highest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. While Nigeria, obviously, is the highest recipient of foreign terrorists. So why should that be the case? And that takes us to the third item here that also accounts for the influx of armed transhumance pastoralists. And that has to the multiplicity of illegal, already it was reported in 2010 that Nigeria has not less than 1,400 illegal and unregulated borders. This presupposes that most of these transhumance pastoralists do not even necessarily have to come through the legally recognized border posts. They can easily make their ways into Nigeria through various porous borders that are found across Niger Republic, down to Benin Republic, to Chad, and other border communities. So these are the key drivers of this pastoralist conflict in Nigeria. It has led to more armed men from neighboring countries to stream into the country, and they cause unrest in various farming communities.
Mr. Wangu, there are lots of questions on the Q&A, and I just wondered to give us time to entertain those questions.
Yeah, I will fast track my presentation now, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes me to some cases of a transhumant of violent attacks by transhumant pastoralists in Nigeria. If you look at this figure, this diagram was actually cut from a ACLED, and it shows that between 2010 and 2013, this number of attacks happened in Nigeria. You can also see some isolated attacks by armed headers in other African countries, especially in West Africa. Between 2014 and 2017, this happened in Nigeria, in Central African Republic, and so on and so forth. Then between 2018 and the present, there has been almost more than two times increase in the number of attacks by armed herdsmen in various communities, predominantly in the Middle Belt, in Benue State, in Plateau, in Nasarawa, in Southern Kaduna, and so on and so forth. Then this map shows the numbers of attacks across different states in Nigeria and this was between 2016 and 2018. Within this period, the Benue State recorded 726 attacks, followed by Adamawa, Plateau, Taraba, Kaduna State in that order. So it has been very pervasive, and between 2018 and now, there has been much more increase in the number of attacks, as estimated as 60 people have been killed in Nigeria since 2001 till date, till 2020, when the Global Terrorism Index presented this report. Then between 2015 and 2017, an estimated 300,000 people have been displaced as a result of the armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen. And most of these displacements happened in the middle belt, Benue State and the Plateau State in particular, as about 62,000 Benue indigenes are estimated to have been internally displaced from their homes. The Mercy Corps also reported that Nigeria loses about 14 billion US dollars every year as a result of farmer headers conflict. So the loss are quite phenomenal, both in terms of human loss, in terms of economic loss, and so on and so forth. Then we looked at the public health implication of transhumant pastoralism. First, we noted that there are certain implications of indiscriminate movement of livestock from one location to another location. One of such that it tends to predispose both the herders themselves, the heads of livestock, as well as the consumers of this livestock to various forms of diseases, because there has never been any thorough veterinary certification by experts on the part of these transhumant herders, but they keep moving from one location to another location without necessary certification, and that in itself predisposes the herders themselves and various consumers of these products to one form of disease or the other. Then we also noted that women are the most vulnerable to the harmful effects of transhumant pastoralism. And this often occurs in terms of loss of livelihood opportunities, undue vulnerability to rape, because whenever attack takes place, women and girls are often subjected to rape and other forms of dehumanizing treatment by the armed headers. Then we also looked at the issue of easy exposure of these women and girls to sexually transmitted infections. Then we also looked at the loss of malehood, because when these attacks occur in various farming communities, men are usually the prime targets. And when a male head of a family is lost in a society like Nigeria that is excessively patriarchal, it comes with enormous economic disadvantage. And that has been the lot of several people in southern Nigeria and the middle belt where these attacks have taken place over time. Then most of the victims of the attack are also subjected to various forms of psychological trauma like stress, depression, mood swings, and other health-related problems. Then in the course of various studies we've done in the past, wherein we visited some internally displaced persons camps in Benue State and other parts of Nigeria where these people are camped, we noticed that most pregnant women and nursing mothers don't even have access to basic health and the sanitary facilities. Of course, in Nigeria, it is not new, the fact that even normal people that have not suffered any form of displacement, that they don't have access to quality medical care. They don't have access to quality health care. How much more people that have been displaced from their homes? So most women, especially pregnant women, nursing mothers, don't have access to basic health facilities. And that, of course, is a direct impact of transhumant pastoralism. Then we also note here that there has been absence of adequate nutritional and dietary requirements for IDPs. Of course, these are people that have been displaced from their homes, from their economic resources, and from whatever other opportunity that they hitherto enjoyed, and they come together in a camp where they have little or no access to means of sustenance. Of course, their major means of sustenance come from humanitarian agencies and organizations, and sometimes from the government, who just provide what might be considered just enough to keep, life together. But that has never been enough. It has never been sufficient. Then we also noted that because most camps, both in Benue and elsewhere, don't have perimeter fencing, and because sleeping spaces are not gender disaggregated, girls and women are also exposed to the risk of sexual harassment, assault, and rape, both by outsiders who can conveniently jump through the fence where fences are available, and from their fellow IDPs. So these are some of the things they have suffered over time. Then we also talked about the issue of sexual exploitation. Because of economic disempowerment, because of limited economic opportunities, more women and girls in IDP camps have become increasingly more vulnerable. And as a result of that, they are now using various survival mechanisms, including sexual exploitation, just to make sure that they survive. Then these people are also predisposed to various health challenges like mental health, which come often as a result of trauma. Of course, this is an image of an IDP camp in Benue State. In this place, there are no health facilities, there are no adequate sanitary measures, and like I said before, the sleeping modules is not even gender disaggregated. So people just live and survive based on the providence and based on the magnanimity of various humanitarian agencies and organizations, as well as the state government in some cases. Then this takes us to the next item, which is the feasibility or otherwise of Nigeria pulling out of the ECOWAS protocol on transhumance. And I note here that Nigeria is the heart and the soul of the ECOWAS. And Nigeria's population and the GDP is roughly equal to all the other member states of the community put together. So Nigeria withdrawing from the protocol is more or less similar to saying that Nigeria should terminate its membership of the community. In as much as it might be desirable, but the point being made here is that it is not feasible, especially under President Muhammadu Buhari, who himself has a soft spot for his ethnic Fulani pastoralists, who are considered as the prime beneficiaries of the ECOWAS transhumance protocol. So my argument is based on three major points. One is that Buhari himself has a pastoral background. He is a herdsman. He might not be a transhumant pastoralist because I know he has a ranch, but that does not detract from the fact that he is a herdsman. Number two is that he is of Fulani ethnic origin. And number three is that he is the life patron of the Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, which is the foremost umbrella body for all cattle breeders in Nigeria. So arising from this, it will be largely unthinkable that President Muhammadu Buhari would consider the option of Nigeria pulling out of the ECOWAS transhumance protocol. But what should be done in the light of all this? Or does it presuppose that we have been condemned to a state of no reform or no change? So the point I make is that there is need for Nigeria and indeed West Africa to migrate to more modern method of animal husbandry, which has to do with ranching. So to achieve this, there is need for a clear prescription of transhumant pastoralism within the community. In other words, there is need to review the ECOWAS transhumant protocol and see a way of prescribing or delisting the option of transhumant pastoralism from the protocol. So by way of conclusion, we know that, of course, I've said this, that Nigeria and other West African countries should consider the option of migrating to more modernized method of animal rearing, which has to do with ranching instead of open grazing that is essentially responsible for various forms of frequent confrontation between herders and the peasant farmers. I also noted that in the meantime, pending the migration to this more modernized method of animal husbandry, that technology should be deployed in order to tag and monitor the movement of herds and the herders. There should also be a comprehensive registration and the rostering of herds in the country. Why healthcare and the counseling services should be provided to traumatized victims of herders attacks in IDP camps, especially nursing mothers and the pregnant women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waglu, for that comprehensive talk. Really has given me some insight as well to the situation. Your points are noted, and I think when I did interview the information minister about this specific question about, closing the border to this Fulani herdsman who might be causing havoc in the country, he did, mention certain challenges to that approach, but also did mention the fact that the government was looking to having more ranches and discourage this open grazing. But it yet to be seen, what if the policies are actually implemented. So there are a few questions on the Q&A. One of them you answered already, meaning that the ECOWAS members do not necessarily require valid documentation to cross borders. There is a message from Dr. Ogujofor, and she says, this may be simplistic, but what is the feasibility of organizing certain groups to boycott the purchase of cattle? If the Fulani herdsmen who have come and settled in these certain communities cannot sell their goods, that may prompt them to leave rather than certain governors announcing a ban that a president and his administration oppose and will not enforce. What is your response to that?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the question. Is it from Aham Onyike, right?
Yeah, so she's wondering,
it says that the actions of the Fulani herdsmen
is it possible for the source to boycott?
It makes me wonder what their own perspective is. What beliefs do they have that embodying the behaviors we are seeing? Are you aware of any more progressive members of the Fulani community advocating for peaceful solutions? Is that the question?
No, so the question I was asking is by Dr. Ogbujo about boycotting purchase of cattle.
Boycotting what?
Boycotting the purchase of the cattle.
Okay, boycotting the purchase of cattle. Okay.
Can the certain groups, boycott the purchase of cattle?
Okay, well, this has been suggested over and again in various communities. For instance, I think in Afikpo, in Ebonyi State, I was told by grapevine sources that there is a prohibition on consumption of cattle, Fulani cattle in particular. There is a prohibition on that. And that is a form of protest that you don't keep promoting a business of an economic group that is ostensibly targeting farming communities that is poised to ensure their territorial expansion and the annihilation of these other agricultural land user groups. So this idea has been suggested in various quarters that it is a viable option, that one way to achieve this is that various states, like in southern Nigeria, for instance, about 2 months ago, they met in Delta State first, and they came up with a number of resolutions, including the need for each state in southern Nigeria to come up with an anti-open grazing prohibition act. A number of states have already enacted it, like River State, for instance. So it is no doubt a viable option because it has been reported over and again that even the Fulanis themselves don't even eat cattle. They don't eat cows as much as most Southerners. In fact, what they eat mainly is ram. They prefer ram during their ceremonial Salah celebration. They kill rams in their numbers. They hardly kill cows. But these cows are predominantly consumed in southern Nigeria, even among the Igbos. They also use it for burial ceremonies and other festivities. So I think it's a viable option, but the truth of the matter, to be real, to be very objective, it is going to be extremely difficult, especially when alternative has not been realized, has not been achieved. When alternative to cows, maybe in terms of southern Nigerian governments coming up with ranching or alternative to the supplies that normally comes from Fulani herders, it will be extremely difficult. So first and foremost, there has to be an alternative in terms of encouraging more farmers to go into animal husbandry, especially cattle rearing. I think when that is done, it will be much easier to achieve that. Thank you.
Okay, so another question from Dr. Onigbo. He says, thank you for an excellent presentation. What are, if any, the possible causative relationships between the ECOWAS transhumance protocol, the increasing violence of Fulani? Actually, I think you already addressed this. So because you were suggesting in your talk that that the ECOWAS transhumance protocol has really allowed, facilitated the increasing violence that we see right now with Fulani herdsmen, with the Boko Haram, and you didn't specifically address ISIS penetration into West Africa. Do you think that the transhumance protocol has made that even more feasible for ISIS, the group, to penetrate the West African region?
Well,
and then the question is, what are the ethno-regional socio-economic implications with regards to loss of ancestral lands, mostly in the Nigerian Middle Belt and in certain Nigeria?
Okay, let me start with the penetration of ISIS into West Africa. Well, it is convenient for some people to just attribute everything to the ECOWAS transhumance protocol. But the truth of the matter remains that it would amount to excessive reductionism to just see the protocol as being expressly responsible to various coordinated attacks, conflicts, and what have you that are commonly found in West Africa today, or in Nigeria in particular. For instance, in the course of this presentation, I made reference to Ghana. Ghana is also in West Africa. We also have Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa. We also have a Benin Republic also in West Africa, and several other West African countries. When we begin to wonder, how come these other West African countries are not experiencing in equal proportion, or even in approximated proportion, the spate of violent attacks, the spate of armed confrontations between these two groups of land users? How come they're not doing so? For instance, in Ghana, the attacks by Fulani herdsmen is more or less restricted to the Agogo area within the Ashanti region. Not even in all parts of Ghana, it's just within a region. And they've been able to contain it through various military operations, especially the Operation Cowleg 1, 2, 3. So in Nigeria, I see it largely as failure of national leadership, failure to implement the extant laws, failure to rejig the security architecture, failure on the part of the security architecture to be responsive, to deploy some early warning mechanisms that would enable them checkmate some of these tendencies. So the fact that ISIS or ISWAP find West Africa, especially Nigeria, convenient as their place of settlement is an express avowal that the country has lost track of its leadership, because it's not the only country in West Africa. So why should Nigeria be the home or the place of settlement for ISIS? Why should it be a place of settlement for ISWAP and the rest of them? So it boils down to failure of leadership. Like I said before, number one thing that is largely accounting for this is that there has been a Fulanization of the national security architecture. In all the major security outfits and organizations in Nigeria, they are headed by northerners of Fulani ethnic stock. What does that tell you? That if there is any armed confrontation between a group that is seen as Fulanis and any other group, that these people at various helms of national security affairs will not be quick to act, because they see them as their own, as coming from the same ethnic origin. Then with respect to inter-ethnic relationship, especially within the Middle Belt, there is no doubt that it has created more hostility. It has endangered inter-ethnic harmony, inter-ethnic conviviality within the region. For instance, the so-called one monolithic North is no longer there. Most northern minorities have been subjected to various forms of ill treatment as a result of the open association of the Buhari government with the armed headers. And these armed headers, of course, are increasingly concerned with the need to dispossess the various Middle Belt communities of their ancestral lands. Their main target is to create a colony. What, of course, some months ago they talked about a cattle colony. To create a colony, to create a country within a country. So the essence of this is to further dispossess these people of their ancestral lands. And no doubt it has further heightened ethnic hostility and disharmony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wargo. So we have to move on to our next session. I'm gonna have Mr. Otubere introduce the I Will Vote initiative. Mr. Otubere.
Thank you very much.
Is he on there?
Don't believe I see God Bless On, but we do.
He's here. He's there.
I'm here. Okay. Can you go ahead and make the introduction so Leslie can speak?
Oh, yes. So we have Celestine on now?
Yes, he's on.
Oh, okay, great. So I mean, part of this session, this particular session is to talk about the work that Ready to Lead Africa is doing with NPAG and also in extension Shift Nigeria, the I Will Vote campaign that is meant to turn out voters, fight voter apathy, and also increase the number of young people who will be participating in the November 6th gubernatorial election. I Will Vote was created out of our feasibility studies carried out sometime in May when we visited the state alongside our state leader, who is also on this call, who will speak a lot about what is happening on the ground. So I Will Vote, as the name implies, is to make the voting at the gubernatorial elections more personal, something that each citizen that is of voting age will take pride in doing and take seriously moving forward, because we believe that if people are not given a deliberate campaign that that tells them that they need to be a part, then we're not sure that we can solve the problem of apathy. So I Will Vote in the campaign for Anambra 2021, and we're grateful to NPAG and Shiv and every other person within this call and the diaspora who would be joining us in working to ensure that we have a great outcome in using the campaign, but we'll have our state leader in Anambra State take it from here.
Mr. Celestine, can you please go ahead and talk to us about the hashtag I Will Vote and how it applies to Anambra State, the upcoming election?
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I remember my humble self, Comrade Celestine Nkem, state leader, Ready to Lead Africa movement, Anambra State chapter. Currently, here in Anambra State.
The audio is a little off, Celestine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Static.
His audio is really is worthy and not really clear.
Oh.
And then his video turned up. Well, I don't know.
Well, he had the video on, but the volume was static.
Yeah, I think this might be a problem.
I removed the video to help with the connection.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Celestine, can you turn off your video and just speak with your audio?
Hello.
Turn off your video and speak with just your audio. Is that okay? Maybe that could help. No, oh, he's muted himself. I don't know. Dr. Yora, you are muted.
Oh, okay. Celestine, can you unmute?
Is it still on? I can't find him.
He's on.
Oh, okay. He's on, but he's on.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I remember my humble self, Comrade Uzodike Celestine, state leader ready to lead African movement, Anambra State. Here in Anambra State, we are preparing for our 2021 gubernatorial election. Anambra State, we have a 21 local government, 3 senatorial zones, and 326 wards. From the recent experience in during the previous elections, we normally experience apathy, a situation whereby registered voters do not turn up to vote. Here in Anambra State, according to INEC, we have over 2 million registered voters. But if you go by the last global election, less than 30% of this population came out to vote and actually voted. And this is a very ugly situation. If something is not being done about it, I strongly believe that this year will be worse because of a lot of uprisings, some other and what have you. In that regards, we are proposing for a kind of sensitization campaign. As my national leader said, we are preparing a program called, we started already anyway, I Will Vote. We've been doing it on social media and media houses, but we need to step it down to the grassroots. As I said, we have 21 local government, we have 179 towns in Anambra State. This campaign needs to reach every nook and cranny of Anambra State. We are preparing to already, we are collaborating with ASAT. ASAT is the Association of Town Union, Anambra State. That is the kind of fourth tier of government. These people, they deal directly with the people at the local towns. So we are the Ready to Lead Africa Anambra State chapter. We have about 105 volunteers. 105 volunteers. 5 persons per local government, making it 105 plus 18 that are 6. The state team, their duty is to monitor these volunteers and make sure that they are spreading the news, the news accordingly. They are going from one town to another, marketplaces, church places, to sensitize people, convince them to come out and vote. In fact, this particular exercise requires what I can describe as Jehovah's Witness approach. Here in Nigeria, there is a church called Jehovah's Witness. They know every town in the villages. Anywhere you are, sometimes people will knock, they will tell you they're from Jehovah's Witness. That is the kind of approach we need to do to sensitize our people so that they will come out to vote. Vote. Apathy is really a serious issue in Anambra State. And if something is not being done, I am afraid from the less than 30% we got in 2017, it might reduce to something very, very low. The Ready to Lead Africa movement, we are working tirelessly to make sure we go about convince our people in a local language. We are going to grassroots to talk to local women in a native language they will understand, so that we convince them to come out and vote. Your vote is your right. And we are telling them that if you fail to come out and vote, permitted to talk about bad governance. So far, so good. People normally believe that vote doesn't count. That's the main reason why people normally come out to vote. But this time around, Ready to Lead Africa are going about campaigning, telling people that your vote is your right and your vote actually counts. Hello.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen and ladies, if
yes, sir.
This campaign, we are proposing that it will start from April at the grassroots, because we've been doing it on social media and print media. We are targeting to start it by September and the first week of November, so that the campaign will still be very fresh in the memories of our people, and they will actually come out and vote to increase our vote turnout. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Celestin. So I don't know, the audio was a little bit rough for me, so I'm not sure if that was the same for all of the attendees. But essentially, this is an initiative that we are collaborating with Ready to Lead Africa to really increase voter turnout for Anambra State. And all of this really is in preparation for major event, which is going to happen in 2023, meaning the presidential elections, most of the governor elections, and the senatorial and House representative elections. So we're very excited about this initiative, and really hoping that we can get the support of Anambra diaspora communities in the US, Canada, all over. Because again, as we've talked throughout the theme of this conference, it's about being involved in the processes so that things can change, because we really can't keep sort of just sitting down and watching from the inside out. We can't vote as diaspora, but there are other ways that we can assist. There are other ways that we can lend our help, our voices, whether it's through intellectual resources or financial resources. So please, if you're from Anambra State, please get in touch with us to see how you can be involved, how your community can be involved, because ultimately, we want a situation where the people in Anambra can sustain themselves and not depend on your remittance of money to sustain them. So thank you so much, Mr. Celestin, for letting us know what the plan is. This 40-day I Will Vote initiative to really rally people to come out. Thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to our next session. We're having some difficulties here getting hold of this candidates, but we're going to be having Chief Ben Etiaba logging in shortly. I just have to send prompt him to sign on. In the meantime, please enjoy the music.
His up in my head at my
and it goes like
my mind there for you, my heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong. I came for you, and you were the ending one too. You know I still come through. Give me love, yeah, forever, yeah. Magic kiss for your love. My mind there for you, my heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Your mind there for me. Put it on my bed, body. Love you till the yellow hips. Separate the soul and spirit from body. Now you take me heavenly. 2117, my head is spin. My dear that heavily. Say liar, liar, liar. Girl, I see me and you. Everything will consign you, consign me. Psychiatry, they cannot delete my. Girl, I see we and you. Everything will consign you, consign me. Psychiatry, they cannot delete our.
My mind there for you, my heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
I bought a castle in France and it's the same one I built in the sand for you when I was 2. I thought I painted a picture of heaven, but it turns out it's just your room, just your room. I run off the end of the earth just to see if you'd catch me when I know you let me fall every time. All I do is wish that I could change myself, but wish that I could change my. All I do is wait around and hate myself. Oh, I hate the way I need to be loved by you. I wish that I could change myself, but wish that I could change my. All I do is wait around and hate myself. Oh, I hate the way I need to be loved by you. 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 I need to
I remember when we started dating. The only thing that you and me was chasing. The kind of loving that they couldn't play with. You know my loving is an everyday thing, baby. Even we in different places, texting and messaging and talking crazy. When I'm with you, I feel like it's a daydream. That's how I know that you would always be my baby.
All I do is wish that I could change myself, but wish that I could change my. All I do is wait around and hate myself. Oh, I hate the way I need to be loved by you. I wish that I could change myself, but wish that I could change my. All I do is wait around and hate myself. Oh, I hate the way I need to.
I know, no, I know, no, I know, no. Baby, can you keep a secret for a long, long time? When you're awake or sleeping, say my name no time. I know you want to be my baby, oh, but I got my wife. I know you want to be my wife. So let me tell you something, girl, if you relax and don't be tripping on me, cause I'll be back. Your friend, them in your ears, them a chat, nah. You know better listen, none of that. And don't you like it when I hit it from the back? And don't you like it when I spend the money stack? I got a wife, but no worry about that. You already knew that when I met you on the block. I know you wanna spend more time, I know you wanna spend more time. But hey, baby, can you keep a secret for a long, long time? When you're awake or sleeping, say my name no time. I know you want to be my baby, oh, but I got my wife. I know you want. West side, Excuse me, sexy mama, me feeling no normal. I just wanna be the reason why they call you mama. Yeah, no drama, why you make me stammer? Short conversation, no long grammar. Excuse me, sexy mama, what's the plan for this summer? Lagos, Kampala, Ghana, Panama. When it seems so hard, I'ma make things calmer. Still keep it bad like Tony Montana. Me, I lose up my mind when you grind slowly. Mad me, I'm mad when you wait for me. Hey baby, what you looking for? Girl, I got it right here. What you searching for? I just can't wait for you to bring your body, yeah. Bring your body, yeah. Yeah, just bring your body, yeah. Me wanna rock your body, yeah. Bring your body, yeah. Bring your body, yeah. Yeah, just bring your body, yeah. Me wanna rock your body, yeah.
And they call you, no dancer. I say make I call you some more. Yeah, you leave me no choice, so very soon I go appear for your demand. And you had that tight dress on when I saw you last night at the club. Even though I had my dark shades on, I was looking at you all night long. I'm in the middle of the street. How did I ever let you leave? Oh no, why did I drink this Hennessy? And I don't know what come over me. And I just want to make me come body. Don't want to lose it to nobody, no. My body no go free. And I don't know what come over you. As you see me, so I know about you. I swear to God, you can come out to. Oh, you can come out to.
I feel if I did not be without you. I can't take this kind of summer. I can't take what's lies anymore. What's trying for me is playing with you. Maybe you're drunk, or maybe I'm too. Baby, you're a sufferer, soldier, killer of your own heart. If you treat me kinda, kept me close, but will we still part? Isn't easy with me. Drink it just to loosen myself up from what I can and shouldn't be. But now I'm in the middle of the street. How did I ever let you leave? I don't know. Why did I drink this Hennessy? Yeah.
Then I don't know what come over me. Then I just want to make me come body. Don't want to lose it to nobody, no. My body no go free. And I don't know what come over you. As you see me, so I know about you. I swear to God, you can come out to. Oh, you can come out to. Yeah.
It's DJ Bolt in the building.
This one I better do with the jabata. Me, I no get time, I did that, da. Dada cover my face, calling me like bada. Biggie man, we know they wear a bada. Tell me, my nigga, what's it gon' G-Wagon, all depend. The girl them, ride the whip. I no fit, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it gon' G-Wagon, all depend. The girl them, ride the whip. I no fit.
Own it, girl, you just own it. Cause your body's on fire. Show me how to control it. Then go ahead, you flip and get higher. Girl, I love how you roll it. I put my hand there. Hold it, I'ma be right by you. I'ma be right by you. I'ma be right by you. I'ma be right by you.
Lighters up, one time lighters up. Pulled up in the party when you saw me, I was lighting up my J. So go ahead and brighten up my day. Lighters in the air when you're lighting up the rave. And it's feeling like I met you here before. Girl, I felt your presence when they let you through the door. Never had a brother give you everything and more. So I take a little piece
Thank you all. Welcome back. Over to you, Dr. Onuko. Chief Ben Atiaba is on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuri. And I want to thank NPAG for the opportunity to moderate this great event. And I congratulate all the prior speakers. My name is Dr. Augustine Onwukwe. I sit on the committee of NPAG, and the theme of our conference is enhancing healthcare through legislative reform. Now, I want to welcome Chief Ben Atiaba, who is the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Accountants and a gubernatorial aspirant for the Action Alliance Party. Chief, welcome to this forum.
Good evening, Dr. Onuko. I'm delighted to be on this platform, and I know it's maybe afternoon your time, but good evening, Nigerian time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Chief, you've been quoted as saying that—
I'm sorry, if I may just say, Chief, your camera is slanted.
Lopsided, yeah.
Yeah, if you,
Is it?
I don't know.
Okay, let me turn it this
degrees.
way.
Yeah,
Is
perfect.
it better now?
That's better.
You know, the funny thing was that yours was the one that was slanted. I was going to complain.
Oh, really?
But,
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah. So
right.
now I was wondering what was wrong. And now, but I feel better now. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
So, Chief, what do you plan to influence in the general election coming up in November, in the gubernatorial election in your great state of Anambra that has been described as the light of the nation? When you've been quoted as saying that you will, in fact, plan to return medical personnel from the diaspora and also motivate the medical professionals in Nigeria. Let me—
Yes, thank you so much. I did say so. The main problem we have in Nigeria, in my state, first of all, Anambra State, in Nigeria and in Africa, it's a lack of quality leadership. And that, I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, okay. And that reflects in pretty much everything you see in Nigeria and in Anambra State. So what we want to do is to get back to basics in all areas. We want to be able to we say Anambra is the light of the nation, and but we're wallowing in a lot of darkness at the moment. So we want to be able to take our people out of darkness and into light, okay? And what do I mean by this? Take our people out of darkness in security. The place is very insecure at the moment. There's quite a lot of insecurity pervading the state. Take our people out of darkness in education. Education ought to be #1 priority, but because of insecurity, the state of insecurity, we say security is first, because if you don't get security right, you cannot fix education, you cannot fix healthcare, you cannot fix agriculture, because our women and young ones will be in the farms and they'll be attacked and raped and all of that. If you cannot fix infrastructure. So basically, we want to do the very basic things first. Okay, that's where we come in. We want to do things differently. Brad Solos, who is a citizen of your country, the US, said that the key to success is to do the opposite of what everyone else is doing. And that's what we intend to do. But because we're talking about healthcare tonight, I want to remind us that we seem to have forgotten that that health encompasses not just the absence of diseases, but healthy habits, thoughts, and peaceful ways of relating to our environment and relating with other people. So in the health sector of health, we know that we have a lot of world-class citizens of Anambra State in the US as healthcare professionals in England, in Scotland, in Wales and Northern Ireland, in Ireland, and the rest of the world, in Canada. So why can we not fix our healthcare and get our people who are world-class performers in this sector to return to Anambra State to help us? And I say this not because we don't have enough doctors here. We have quite a lot of doctors here, but we need help. We need help. We need pretty much healthcare is IT-based, computer-based, IT-based these days. The equipments are world-class now. They're no longer what we used to have in the past. And we need to have people who are used to using these equipments to come help us to revamp healthcare in Nigeria and in the Anambra State. It's not like the state is not doing some work in this sector. Yes, of course, but not enough is being done. And you need a governor next who has a great worldview, because that's when you have sort of healthcare fixed. That's when you have education fixed, and the rest will impact on the economy. That's when you have security fixed, and agriculture and all of that. All of these things are networked, and if you can get them right, then you can fix the economy. It's not just healthcare. They say health is wealth, and I'm sure you've heard that. And if you don't get a healthy society, then you cannot fix your economy. It's as simple as that.
Thank you so much, Chief. Now, basically, what the diaspora have heard from some of the healthcare professionals is the lack of infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure.
I agree with you.
When they do come back and engage, what is the enabling environment, in Anambra State that will enable them practice this, their medical professional skills, similarly to how they practice in all those other countries you've named? So what is your program, I should say, or how do you plan to enhance or improve on the infrastructure health-wise, both at the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary levels, so that that environment will be conducive to world-class medicine, as you say? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a good question, and I hate to say whenever people ask me questions to say it's a good question, because that's but you've actually answered the question by the way you asked it. We have somebody like Dr. John Wheeler, who comes in from Atlanta from time to time to operate in Agassiz, St. Joseph's Hospital in Agassiz. But he comes in for like four or 5 days and he goes. And that's not, as much as we welcome that, that's not what we need. We need a sort of a more permanent solution to our healthcare problems. And, like I said, asking the question, you identify the problem. We don't have hospitals that look like hospitals. We don't at all. And when people talk about hospitals, they think that the hospital is a building. No, it is not the building that makes a hospital a hospital. You can have, say for instance, in this state, we have a teaching hospital that is a federal one. Okay, as governor of Anambra State, we can't do much there because it's a federal institution that is based in Nnewi. This teaching hospital has been there for over 20 years. They've never been able to move to the permanent site in Orifite. Okay, so let's forget about them. Former Governor Peter Obi did a teaching hospital in Awka. Amako General Hospital was upgraded to a teaching hospital. But without criticizing, I'm not here to criticize former governors because I've never been a governor. So it would be so big-headed of me to come in and say they didn't get it right. But what I can say is that we have a lot of health centers, a lot of general hospitals, and the teaching hospitals. But none of these are actually what you will call a hospital. I lived in England for 25 years. I lived in England from the age of 19 until 14 years ago when I came back to Nigeria. I've been back 14 years. I know what a hospital looks like because of my exposure to the Western world, okay? I know that what we have here are nothing close to hospitals. You have government doctors, employed doctors in teaching hospitals who run quite a lot of private centers, hospitals. And they do this because they know that there's a gap in that market, if you can call it a market, that the government hospitals are not equipped enough to cater for the needs health-wise of the citizens. So they try to bridge the gap. And what they are doing, actually, okay, much better than you get in the private hospitals, but not good enough. So what we do, and which is what you want to hear, is that when we come in, we're going to refurbish our hospitals. We're not going to build more hospitals, believe me. We won't. We wouldn't have the money to do that. But we will have hospitals that look like hospitals. Make sure that the infrastructure is right. Get it right, okay? Clean up the hospitals. Fix the windows, the roofs. Repaint the place. Have perimeter fencing. For goodness sake, you cannot have a hospital in the middle of nowhere. Each of them should be properly fenced with a proper gate. That's when you begin to address part of the security needs of the hospital, okay? Not just getting the infrastructure right, but make sure the equipment are right. You cannot run a modern hospital with obsolete equipment, okay? It is the equipment that will make it a hospital, as well as the medical personnel to handle those equipment. That will make it a hospital. So if you fix the infrastructure, have the modern equipment, okay? For instance, when COVID broke, we didn't have any hospitals in Anambra with oxygen equipment. Okay, we didn't have any. So you fix the infrastructure, get the equipment right, get the personnel right. That's when you have to, sort of get the doctors we have to be better paid promptly, motivated, retrained if necessary. But when I say we need help from our people in diaspora who are yearning to come back anyway. All of them are willing to come back, not for money necessarily, because they've made quite a lot of money in the Western world. They want to give back now, but there's nothing to come back to. And if you have a governor that knows that these people are there waiting to come back, make the environment conducive for them to return, okay? Nobody will come and leave their comfort zone in the United States or England or anywhere else to come back to Anambra State to be kidnapped. First, fix security, which I mentioned, okay? Make sure that even when they come back, yes, they will not be earning as much as they'll be earning overseas, but they'll be earning enough to make it worth their while, even if they call it allowance, okay, to make it worth their while. Because quite a lot of them will be coming back, perhaps not with their families, and they may have mortgages to pay abroad. So make sure the sort of the environment is that the conditions are conducive enough. Conditions are conducive for them to sort of find it attractive to come back to help. So these are some of the basic things we will do. And then of course, Anambra State government did something smart in 2017. We have this Anambra health insurance scheme. Okay, it is supposed to provide universal health care to our citizens. But you find that till date, we only have about 151,000 Anambra citizens signing up to it. More than almost 60% of them are government employees, but 43% are from organized private sector. So what we do is to make sure we enable the scheme to be accessible to more of our people. Because in a state where you have over 4 million citizens and only 150,000 captured in that scheme, that's not good enough. And we have things we plan to do to make it affordable and to make it appetizing for more people to take part in it. So I think I've left enough teasers for maybe more questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Now, you mentioned security. Security is a key concern of a lot of the diaspora, particularly medical professionals as they return. What are your plans to secure the state, to make it a safe haven for the diaspora, particularly coming back, and also leveraging their resources from here to be able to help build the state?
Thank you so much.
Through security, yes.
Thank you so much. I believe that our leaders, our governors, have not really tapped into the diaspora expertise. We have our people in all spheres of human endeavor, in security, in healthcare, in education, and all of that. But we've never really had a leader able to harness the various talents and the varied talents of our people globally. Okay. Now, this is why I keep talking about a governor with a good worldview. You cannot give what you don't have. Okay. Now, I say security is number one, but do you know the major source of insecurity in our place? Terrible leadership. Part of what you see is a revolt against bad leadership. Okay, we've had successive leaders who have offered nothing but no hope to our people. And once people see and do not believe that tomorrow will be better than, will offer them any better hope than today, what do you think they will do? They'll recall to self-help. So a lot of these insecurity issues and agitations are as a result of our people believing that things are terrible and our leaders are bereft of ideas they cannot help. All they want is for themselves, and they're selfish about it, for themselves and their families and their girlfriends or whatever. So the moment you enthrone good leadership in Anambra, a lot of agitations will die down. A lot of these unknown gunmen issues will begin, it will not go out overnight, but it will begin to be reduced, because people will, by the way, if you have the vast majority of your youth unemployed, why will you not see that the result of that will be insecurity? Okay, we have a lot of policies that will keep our people employed, and I'll begin to name some of them. Okay, we're going to sort of engage in what Anambra did in the 60s, industrializing Anambra State with agriculture. That would be a big revolution in today's world, where agriculture is even more mechanized today than it was in the 60s. Okay, that will mean over 98% of our land is arable. We're not taking care of, thinking along those lines. We're so lazy in thinking, we're not creative. All we're thinking is going to Abuja every month to bring in monthly allocations and borrowing from banks and borrowing foreign bodies to spend. Okay, just borrow and spend. That is not being creative about leadership. Why can we not? In 4 years in the 60s, Anambra was able to turn the Eastern region into being one of the fastest growing economies of the world using agriculture. If he could do it then, why don't you think that a world class and a sort of a leader with a world view can't do better in today's world? He went to Israel to bring in some Israelis to help us mechanize agriculture. We can do it better today. The world is a global village. We don't even need to go to Israel. We can bring back our people globally who can help us to do this, okay? Now, if you can employ quite a lot of people, remove quite a lot of people off the streets, our young ones, if once they are engaged, they won't find time, they won't have the time to be causing mayhem, causing trouble, both in our day and at night. You asked about insecurity. We want to be able to have our people sleep with both eyes closed at night. If we can develop Anambra State, again, using not just agriculture, using sports, we're going to build 21 centers, sporting centers of excellence. And these things are not going to cost a lot of money, believe me. Okay, what does it cost? Okay, what will it cost to have a center of excellence in the local government? Not much. We can employ our young people through sports, get them engaged, get them earning, and be able to even make money for the state and for themselves and their families by exporting their talents to the world. Again, today's world is a global village. Many years ago, I was approached as a private person, just through my contacts in Spain, to set up a Real Madrid football academy in Anambra State. Nobody knew, even understood the language I was speaking. Today, it's been done in River State. Okay, that's going to be such a big earner for them and keeping the streets of the youth of the streets. But if we home in on security, particularly, in the we say the governor is the chief security officer, but he cannot control the police commissioner in the state. Okay, yes, that's an anomaly in the constitution. But remember that when Chris Ngige was governor between 2003 in Anambra State and 2006, he didn't have much to do with the police, but he was able to secure Anambra State. Yes, Anambra State of today is different to Anambra State of then. And when I say that, people remind me, yes, but Chris Ngige was kidnapped as governor. I said, yes, he was kidnapped, but that kidnap was foiled because he had good security in the state. Okay, so we'll go back to those states, to that period when we were able to use, sort of our vigilante service, and we have legal backing now to use them. Use our vigilante service to even employ all these guys causing trouble. Bring them in, train them properly, employ them into a formal system, okay, where they can, keep security. And often, even in diaspora, you hear about the governor's security votes abused. Come on. If you have a governor who knows that there's a limit to greed and prepared to spend the security vote to what it is meant for, it is not the governor's pocket money, for goodness sake. It is meant to secure the lives and property of the Anambra. And under my watch, I'll make sure that happens. Okay?
Thank you
so that's
much.
the few things I'll say about that now.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Now, we have a question from the audience. Dr. Anambra, who is one of our founding members of AMPA Association, is asking, how do you intend to finance healthcare in Anambra State? I mean, one of the biggest challenges, as you know, is financing of healthcare. How do you pay the doctors and the other healthcare professionals? The mass exodus you're seeing from Nigeria now to other countries is out of frustration from pay. So I believe your background is accountant, so you know a lot about finance. So maybe you can enlighten us some on how you plan on paying for healthcare, if you will.
Okay, let me thank Dr. Mero for that question. I was at your event, I believe it was in Dallas in 2018 or so, when the new president was inaugurated, Dr. Charmaine Emerite. So I'm familiar with your group. Okay, but your question, we have a budget for healthcare. The state every year comes up with a budget, but that budget is lower than we expect it to be. Because if you're talking about improving all of these things that we're talking about, then you have to find the money somehow, okay? And the money will be found in a number of ways. Number one, under my care, we'll make sure we plug all the leakages, okay? I won't run a regime where it will be, sort of everyone to himself and God for us all, okay, all man to himself, where the amounts voted to the healthcare sector is pilfered. Okay, first of all, we'll plug the leakages, but that's not going to give you a lot of money. But we have to start somewhere. Okay, curb corruption in that sector, not just in healthcare, in many sectors. But I tell you this, I talked about us being lazy and being creative in solving our problems. Even under Governor Peter Obi, we had a lot of foreign donors who were prepared to come in with their funds to develop the health sector, develop education, develop agriculture. But you know what? All of them left. They all left. I can tell you that authoritatively. Now, what we do is to make sure we show seriousness in. They are looking for a serious governor who will lead by example, a serious government, so that when they come in with their money, they know their money will be spent in that sector that it is meant for. So we will become, bringing these people back because we will show seriousness. And in somebody like me, if I'm lucky to be elected governor, they will know that they have a partner in Anambra State who will understand what this whole thing is about, okay? Now, instead of borrowing money, these guys are coming in with free funds. Who will access these funds? These funds are, freely available. But perhaps our people, let me not again criticize any particular person, are not even aware that these donors are there. So they're looking for seriousness, we'll bring them back. But it's not even just that. If you look at the IGR, our internally generated revenue in Anambra State, Anambra is a state that should rank in the top 5 of IGR states in Nigeria. I mean, take out Lagos State, we can't compete. We cannot compete with Lagos State. We cannot compete with River State for obvious reasons. We cannot compete with Kano State. But we must be able to be, sort of before our IGR so we can be in the top 5. That's our target. You have many markets in Onitsha. You have Nnewi as an industrial hub, okay? You have our markets everywhere. How can you tell me that it is possible that Enugu State will year on year report more IGR than Anambra State? Enugu is essentially a civil servant state. Can't you see something is going wrong somewhere? That our money is being sort of pocketed by a few warlords, okay? It's being used to settle a few party parashniks, okay? We will not run a regime that will cheat our people. First of all, we will ensure that our people are not taxed any more than they are being taxed at the moment. We will assess properly. If anything, they'll be taxed less. But the difference, and why we'll make a lot more money, is that we'll ensure that people are taxed properly, assessment properly, taxed properly, collected properly. These days, it's IT. These things are IT driven. Up till now, you're seeing task people enforcers going around on each other with big sticks, beating our business men up, sort of coercing them to pay up. It's not necessary. They're not doing that in any way. So we'll make sure we tax properly, collect properly, account for properly, and use the money to develop all sectors, including healthcare. There is money in Anambra State, but the problem is that those monies are going into a few pockets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Mero, I've been able to help you in my answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to conclude, you were quoted, Chief, as saying that you will have 50% of your political appointees as women. And I think that's commendable, particularly in a very patriarchal society as we have in Nigeria. So you want to give us a brief comment on that, please?
Yes. Yes, Doc, I these days everything is recorded, so you cannot use one figure one day and use another one a different day. What I did say for our women was 40%, not 50. So I don't want to claim false glory. I said 40%. Even the Beijing conference said 35. So we're not saying for 40%, so I will do 5% more. No, I'll tell you simply this. My mother was a governor in this state, okay, just for 3 months. And in 3 months, she was able to demonstrate that our women can lead as well or even better than the men. I mean, I stand to be corrected, okay? So if you know that, there is no reason why we cannot partner almost 50-50. These things will be gradually, sort of phased in. If you go for 50% initially, it might, not quite play well, if you know what I mean, because we're still living in a very sexist society in Africa, the traditions. So we say 40, and when we say 40, we're talking about minimum of 40. We're not pegging it to 40 maximum, minimum of 40. Because it just doesn't make sense that the son of the first female governor and the only female governor in Nigeria will run a male-male ticket. So I have already started by having a lady as my running mate, okay? She's one of the few, we're one of the few tickets with a lady as a running mate. And if I tell you that this lady is just awesome, she has brought some massive value to what we're doing, okay? She's a grassroots politician. She understands business. She's a graduate. And she has a lot of followers, mostly women. So she's breaking new grounds that I cannot even, sort of be able to break. Yes, of course, my mom will help at some point to raise my hand and all that. But I'm not mommy's boy. I'm not contesting as her son. I'm contesting as Ben Itiaba, who has, I've led many groups in my time. I've won 5 elections in my time, and I've lost none. And I say it not because I'm excellent, but because I do things differently, and he has pleased God that I sort of won those elections. And by his grace, if God is on our side, we'll win again. But when we said 50% will be with our youth, we're going to partner 50-50 with our youth. I am 57 now, going on 58. So it just doesn't make sense that, I bring in the old guard again to run the government of Anambra State under my watch. That's why the deputy, who is my running mate, is 49. And in today's Nigeria, where 70-year-old, even 80-year-old people are still in positions of leadership, hey, at 49, she's still a young woman. And we are, we say 50-50 with the youth, and we're proving that now, because our campaign is the only serious campaign in this election. We have 18 candidates. But out of those 18 candidates, you say that maybe up to about 8 will be very serious contenders, including AA, Action Alliance, my party. But we are the only serious campaign with a young person as our DG. I'm giving this to the youth. My DG, the DG of our campaign is a very hot 39-year-old guy. He knows his onions. And you see, we believe that we are energized enough to win this election. And we'll win it, not with the old guard politicians, not with the godfathers, but with the young citizens of Anambra State who are saying enough is enough. You all saw what happened during the NSAS riots. The young people were basically saying, we don't need your money anymore. I'm sure you would have seen some WhatsApp video trending a few weeks ago from Ghana, when a politician took bags of rice to the people, to the young ones, and they rejected it. What we want is sort of credible leadership and jobs, not bags of rice, not 5,000 naira in this case in Anambra State. So we want to partner with the youth, partner with our women. These are people who have suffered over decades because of bad leadership, mostly by men. So that's so when I say I'm correcting 40% and 50, it's 40. Yeah,
I congratulate you, and I wish you well in the upcoming election.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you so
much.
Thank
you, Dr. Austin.
Yes, thank you.
I appreciate you, and thank you for having me on this platform. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Good night.
Wait, Chief Ben, please don't go yet. Dr. Melife, I would like to say a few words.
All right. Charmaine, hi.
Yeah, hi, Ben. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, but I can't see your video. I'm just seeing your picture. It would have been nice to see you again, but go ahead, feel free.
No, that's okay. It's good enough for us to see you. It's impressive to listen to you. And it's and we're very glad that you have been able to participate in this discussion. And watching your trajectory so far and what you bring to the table, we're really encouraged that if you get the opportunity to actually have an election, and we actually have an election in Nigeria, in Enugu, in Anambra State, that Anambra will be grateful to get a leader like you. And indeed, we already do see what you have done with the women. We know that healthcare is a priority that we need to have in Anambra State and Nigeria. So we are entrusting you that if you do get this ticket, that you do bring good governance to the table, and we begin to improve healthcare. And with Amy, Dr. Amy Etiaba as a physician already, and your relationship with a physician organization, and indeed I do concur, you were in Dallas, so you have been supporting the physicians. You've been a very good participant or a friend to AMPA. We hope that you do take healthcare very seriously, because it's really important that healthcare in the country and in Anambra State in particular is attended to. So we wish you the very best, and we are rooting for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Charmaine, do I get some minutes to respond to Charmaine? I say thank you so much. You humble me with your words, and I take you extremely seriously. And you yourself and people like you, quite a number of you in Diaspora, we will be relying on you to come back and help us. We really do need help. Thank you, Charmaine. You've been extremely generous with your words. I'm grateful. I'm humbled.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank
Am I
you
allowed to
very
go
much,
now?
Chief. But before we let you go, just one more question from the chart, if that's okay.
Thank you.
This is from Dr. Onyike, and he says there's sentiment that it's really a race between PDP and ABGA in Anambra State. Any comments on that?
No, not at all. It is not. If you look at the history of Anambra politics, PDP has never won the governorship since Mbadinuju, because every 4 years they mess it up for themselves. They've done it worse now than at any time in the past. That's why you keep having APGA governors, okay? It's always PDP that elects APGA governors, and they've done it worse now. So it's almost certain, I'm not God, it's almost certain it will not be PDP. Okay, so that aside, I mean, most members of PDP, they've left, they've decamped to other parties. So that aside, let's look at APGA. In APGA, we're not sure who the candidate is, but it just doesn't matter who the candidate is. Let me tell you the history of governorship in Anambra State. It was Governor Ezife that sat me down, the first civilian governor, a democratically elected governor of Anambra State. And he told me, Ben, you have a good chance. Not because he said so, but I also know the history. That since the inception of elections, democratically elected governors in Anambra State, nobody who has ever contested for governor before ever gets elected governor. All the governors of Anambra State have been people elected the first time they contested. And I'll tell you this, Ezike himself, who was telling me this, was elected the first time he contested. Never contested before, he won. That's the history of governors in Anambra. In 1999, Governor Mbadinuju contested for the first time, never contested before, and he won. In 2003, Governor Chris Ngige contested for the first time, never contested before, and he won. Peter Obi, who actually won that election, was contesting for the first time too, was declared winner in 2006, never contested before. My mother, who never even sought the office, held the office for 3 months, and for Governor Peter Obi, whose office he was, to come back and take over. After Governor Peter Obi, Willie Obiano came back from Houston. In fact, he was invited back, never fought any election, contested for governor and won. Anambra will always only elect, if you go by history, people contesting for the first time. The only difference is that this time the three major parties are decimated. APGA is decimated. The implosion was bound to happen, which was why I never went to APGA to contest in the first place. My mother, till today, is still Mama APGA, a member of APGA, but I didn't go to APGA to contest because I knew that after 4 terms, 2 tenures of 2 governors, the party was bound to implode. It is that implosion you're seeing now. So forget about history. Forget about what's happened in the past. Even in any advanced climate, in any democracy, governments, parties will hold office for a while and then it changes automatically to a different party. It happens in America. Democrats will hold it for a while, then Republicans will come in. It just doesn't matter who they throw up as the candidate. Sort of power keeps changing. The same thing in the UK. It is happening in Nigeria. It is going to happen in Anambra. I predicted it, that APGA was going to implode. It has imploded. I predicted PDP will always implode. They are imploding now. APC, that I never saw as being capable of imploding, the party imploded as well. So it is most likely that the new governor will be elected from one of the smaller parties, because it is members of APGA, members of PDP, and members of APC who are disenchanted that moved to all these other fragmented smaller parties. And those parties will win by building a coalition. That's why we're in Action Alliance, and we have people from APGA supporting us, people from PDP supporting us, and people from APC supporting us. No one party will win it. It will be a coalition of the willing. And that's what we're seeing playing out now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Go on, Dr. Onwukwe, please.
Yeah. Chief, we're very appreciative of your time. And on behalf of NPAG, I'd like to thank you immensely for participating in this very interesting forum. We've learned a lot from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bless you. Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Good luck in
Good night, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. The pleasure was all mine. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night. So we are still expecting Mr. Ozibo and Senator Uba, but stay tuned. Hi there, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for your patience. So even though the APC candidate, Senator Andy Uba, and the PDP candidate, Mr. Vincent Ozibo, confirmed attendance for this meeting today, they have become tied up with other engagements and were unable to get them here this afternoon. And we'll hate to, have you wait in for whenever they might be available within the next 20 minutes. So at this time, I just want to thank you all for attending. And if there are any questions or specifics that you would like to know about NPAG, what we're doing, please post your question in or comment in the Q&A session, and we will answer it. So we'll allow about maybe 5 or so minutes for that and adjourn the meeting. I see somebody's hands up. See who's that? Let's see. There's Ambassador Mohammed Ali Mashi. If you can please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Good evening all. Please, I'm by Mohammed Ali from Katsina State. I'm affiliated to Ready to Lead Africa. I'm the Katsina State lead.
Hi, Mr. Mohammed. You had your hands up. Did you have a question or a comment?
No, actually, no. I am just here to tender my apology for joining you guys late. That's due to some unforeseen circumstances, you understand?
Oh, that's all right.
I'm somehow engaged.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you. Mr. Pascal Odibo.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Please introduce yourself, your affiliation.
Okay, my name is Pascal Odibo, and I lead an organization in Nigeria. It's not an NGO really, but a political action group called Unleash Nigeria. And what exactly we do is we want to influence political activities in Nigeria come 2023. So it's not an NGO. And the essence here is to sensitize accomplished individuals across the board to throw their hat in the ring. And this is anchored on the fact that our experience and environment has shown clearly that the truth is that after God, government is next, especially in an environment like ours. Everything you are speaking about, whatever thing you're talking about, whatever advocacy you're doing, if there is no credible leadership, if you don't get your best to lead, you will just keep advocating forever. And I just want to appreciate Dr. Yore for inviting me, and then your group Impact. That what you're doing is great, but it can be greater, on which is to really get and pursue an agenda where critical members of your people, and if not your people, identify institutions and people, individuals, credible individuals. You can do your engagements right and invest in them, because when the leadership comes in, a lot of the work we are talking about will be done. Most of the things we do as NGOs or playing on the fringes, will only do 1% of the work. But if for any reason you go a step further back, and that's what the politicians do, they invest heavily on a candidate, and they now determine what a candidate does. So, and this is just my submissions to you, just to say thank you guys very much. I mean, as Diaspora, you have critical roles to play. You are critical stakeholders of the Nigerian project, but you must, go a step beyond advocacy to identifying critical individuals and invest in them. If you invest in them, work with them, and give them an agenda, so when they come in, you hold them accountable. So I just want to encourage Dr. Yere, you and your group, that what you're doing is great. Yes, NGO work is good, but 2023 is just 18 months away. 28th of February 2023 will be the presidential elections. So this is the time. Find credible people on ground and work with them. Find credible candidates and talk with them. $1 is 500 naira. I'm sure you all know it. So even if I have 1 million naira here locally in Nigeria, and that is a $100,000 and $1,000 from the diaspora, and it goes a long way to assist, because some of the good guys, they don't have the resources. They don't just have the resources. I give you an example. Somebody like Kingsley Moghalu, he is a credible candidate, but doesn't have the money. Somebody somehow needs to support, needs to sponsor. He has a good worldview, understands economics, understands politics, has been there before. But guys, if we want to make a difference in our nation, we must go beyond advocacy to throw in our hats in the ring, and if not, then vote with our pocket. I just want to encourage you all that what you're doing is good, at least a good place to start, to be aware, that Nigeria is in a place where all pressure will go a long way to upturn the environment. We are in a cage, and we need to get as many people as possible. Your voice there makes a whole lot of difference. Speaking to international community makes a lot of difference. These guys that are holding power here, the only thing that they fear is that they can't travel to the US, or they can't go to the United Kingdom, or they can't go to holidays, or their monies are going to be held down. So if all this is done in a concerted effort, I bet you Nigeria will be turned around. And this is about our best time. I call it our best moment. The circumstances have reached a crescendo that if we support a credible candidate, if we support credible candidates, whether it's governorship, whether it's senators, and then up to the APEC, which is the presidency, then we can now begin to set the agenda for that individual. But if all we just do is stay on the back and then begin to do advocacy, when they get the power, they will just tell you, my friend, where were you when I was struggling? So I just want to encourage you guys that what you're doing is great, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much of this can be done. Find people who are accomplished in what they're doing in their businesses, but now are in politics. In Unleash Nigeria, it is an uphill task. It's an uphill task, but the truth of the matter is that we have been able to build a coalition. We're being to build
I think we lost you, Mr. Odibo. So we'll take one more comment and we're gonna close the meeting. Mrs. Dr. Udo. If you can please let us know your affiliation. Looks like she also is no longer with us, but who's the Ampa Philadelphia area? Who is it? Dr. Odira? You're muted. All right, then. Well, once again, I just want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking your day this Saturday to join us for our inaugural Impact Conference. We're looking forward to doing great things, making things happen, and we need your support, whether it's time, financial, or whatever. Please check out our website, npagroup.org, read about what we're doing, donate to whatever initiative that you feel so inclined, and we'll look forward to seeing you next year.
Okay.
Bye-bye.